This is a hybrid meeting. The city council members of the public can view this meeting live on channel 8, the city's website and YouTube. Live standing translation. Information have been provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. Passes. We will now call the study session to order. All right, International Conference Shopping Center debriefing. Tonight's presentation, discussion of the International Conference of Shopping Centers that occurred last month. By Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
Mayor Douglas and I are going to be doing a debrief on what our experience was like at the convention last month. These were the participants who were in Las Vegas with us. City manager, the interim economic development director, and the economic development business manager. Everybody was extraordinarily helpful. And of course, there were some 30,000 other attendees wandering the halls as well. Our message was Commerce City is open for business. That was home base. That was the Adams County booth. And of course, you can see Mayor Douglas and the city manager there together. And in the background is Stuart Meeks. I don't see any other of our family. That's it. Our targets were restaurants, grocery, retail, recreation, hospitality, and property owners and investors. We walked and walked and walked. We had a list to go by, to go up and talk to people. It was very successful. We had educational Sunday seminars. We went to the Capital Stack Management session, which was
Yeah, that was pretty interesting because, here, it all depends on what side of the city you're on, north of the metro districts and all that. And then most places have capital stacks, what deals with within the capital stacks, loans, bonds, grants, tax credits, subsidies, public-private partnerships. And they roll into risk, return management, project phases and life cycles, stakeholders collaboration, and economic and social impacts. So there's a plethora of things they put together in order to make a deal with infrastructure and just around the framing and layering of different types of financial instruments to get a project over the hump, and then actually how it's going to be paid for and delivered. So that was really interesting on the.
Yeah, there isn't bank money available right now for anyone to do their projects. So this was about how you can put together a stack of opportunities, insurance companies, et cetera, non-bank options. And there were a lot of people there who were unfamiliar actually about the many options that they have. Industry veterans was a really important one because they had been there the last 30 years, plus they were looking to the future. As they pointed out, most businesses go out of business and are replaced.
Yeah.
Over time, that will be ultimately what happens, of course. But they really see the future as the alternative to everyone being alone during the pandemic, and instead everyone being together.
Yeah, and the gentleman in the middle, which is Richard Wolf, he said he started out in New York and his experience in as far as, how we all used to gravitate to the malls and now how things are with outlets and all. So some of those things are coming back when it comes to brick and mortar, but it's a slow process. And
they're reimagining malls as a result. So that's one problem we actually don't really have to deal with. What can they do about some of these malls that are dead because people don't like going into them anymore? And there were some really good ideas, which is to make them a community hub and then bring in all sorts of different kinds of businesses in there. There was a third one also, which was public-private partnerships, whose title was far better than the seminar itself.
Yeah.
Monday and Tuesday, we spent time chasing down those leads and meeting regarding the restaurants, grocery, retail, hospitality, recreation, and property owners and investors. Those property owner investor conversations also occurred at night. Commerce City hosted an event on Sunday night. And then one of our most active representatives for developers, David Foster, hosted an event following the cities that night. And all the local developers that you'd expect who participate in Commerce City were at the event. And it was really interesting talking with them and their take on things too. Mayor Douglas talking to a prospect. Inspire Brands has a ton of different brands. They were very interested. By the way, this guy is very interested. He had a location in mind. Inspire Brands is huge. This gentleman wanted to put his business in both North and South Commerce City. And please know that we met with the city staff on the 29th and handed over all of our leads, who they were supposed to meet with and what each of these people wanted in response. We put on 40,000 steps over 2.5 days to really take the message of Commerce City to as many places as we possibly could. Those halls are ginormous. I'm not suggesting that we met with 40,000 people, although that would have been really perfect, but it takes a lot of steps to get from one place to another. So now we want to talk about our key takeaways.
Yes, and I would say prepare for next year, but actually follow up along with economic development on a monthly basis to see exactly, because we reached out to probably about 40 different companies. We had a sheet here of 24, but we added, we're like, instead of going to those prospects, we also just went along the way and just, we could see walk-ups and talk to different companies that would like to be here. And it was very interesting. International grocery stores like to be here. We're looking at Colorado, and restaurants. There's restaurants on the East Coast who definitely want to come to the Midwest. And just those conversations, we also tied in with the developers on Tower Road, also here on 56 in Quebec. And you know, I was blown away by some of the prospects because they have us on the map. And I only want to put one location, but two. So there is activity coming, and they want to get things done fast. And they're just, hey, and that's why I also asked Economic Development, Private Place, to give us a list of all the developers who have land as far as retail and commercial. And I'm asking not only for me to receive it, but everyone on council. So when you have those conversations, you know who to contact, what phone number. And I'm asking everybody to reach out, but that was gonna be my goal, is to make sure what our activity and then follow up to make sure we're doing our due diligence too, not just letting this sit until next year, and then preparing, because I wasn't really prepared for this because that's my first time being able to go. But 8 years on council, and I think next year we want to start this process in January and not wait until beforehand. And that's not, I'm not saying that's on the staff, but just knowing that's one thing I would like to do, be prepared, and not saying that the experience I had wasn't bad, it was good. And it's just knowing in advance, hey, these are the sessions, because they also had sessions on those Mondays and Tuesdays, but they were kind of in the way. Our time is better spent talking with the prospects than.
And it's the events too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have some also. What I heard is many cities are turning away from retail and commercial, amazingly enough, but we're in a great position since Commerce City is in the market, and they were very receptive and very happy to hear that that's the case. Our young average age of our population is a big asset. As I noted before, being cooped up for 2 years and changing lifestyles have created new opportunities. So we need to be looking at retail and commercial and Commerce City in a different way. People are looking for diverse and experiential retail, interactive, immersive. Things that you can't do online is what people want to see, want to spend time doing. Along those lines, we talked with a food hall rep and talked with another company about putting pickleball in our warehouse spaces. The pandemic and changing lifestyles have affected the restaurant outlook. Buffalo Wild Wings told us they are doing no more restaurants, sit-down restaurants. They will only do wild wings to go, they call it. So you can do drive-through, because obviously the pandemic harmed a lot of restaurants when restaurants were closed for a couple of years. We also talked with a restaurant chain, but it needs 450 customers per night. I don't know that we can do that. And they said they didn't think we could do that. They make $5 million a month. They are larger than, say, an Applebee's. Those are the mid-size, and they would be 2.5 million a month and half as many seats, which would be more our speed. Everyone wants grocery stores, so of course their reps stayed away from the convention for the most part. Although, as the mayor mentioned, we did talk with an international grocery store and they were very interested. And the mayor also buttonholed Sprouts as it was coming down the hall, and we had a great conversation with him. I think something that's really would be really helpful is if we knew what the traffic count was on Tower Road going north from Pena, going north, because people are going to Brighton, they're going to 104th. We met a rep, one of the reps at Inspire Brands, told us that he drives from Boulder to his business, wherever it is, and he comes down 104th the whole way. So he had perfect idea. He knows exactly what 104th looks like. And we could say, okay, this is where you need to be. But that just shows you how many people are actually driving around this area. We had more than one brand express desire to set up more hospitality in Commerce City. That's probably something that we need to look at as to what we want to see happen in that arena. One was so interested that he asked for a referral to a real estate agent to get the process rolling to buy land. There is synergy between some of these hotels because some don't offer restaurants. So, I mean, if they don't have meal service and they need a restaurant nearby, and that could be helpful. Considerations for doing business in Commerce City that people raised were consistent and reliable permitting process, speedy too, the nature of political discourse in a community, and levels of crime. I did specifically ask the developers about marijuana dispensaries, and they were not keen on the effect it will have on their product. And I asked one of the restaurant reps how they would feel about setting up shop. And he said that his corporate wouldn't want to do that. So I think that that's something that we need to look at. And while we were having these discussions and debates over the last 2 months, I had that information because I had been at this conference. I think participation is really important, and the mayor needs to go every time. I don't care who the other person is, but the mayor needs to go every time. People love meeting a mayor. I can guarantee you that. The location, this convention is in Las Vegas, and that is really awkward to be telling people that you're going to Las Vegas, even though you're doing nothing more than hopping on a light rail to get back and forth from a convention and going to events at night, receptions, that kind of event. That's the sort of event I'm referring to. Unfortunately, the other conferences like in Los Angeles or Chicago are regional. And this is the only one that has businesses that we in Colorado can take advantage of. So just keep that in mind. And the value, I actually think there was great value. We were very excited about the experiences we had in the responses from the businesses. As I mentioned, we provided that information to the staff on May 29th. So I am hoping that the things that, and I'm assuming, I believe that all the things that we referenced and passed on to staff is being followed up on as we speak. I see a nodding of head over there. Okay, 2 heads. All right, this is good. All righty. So I think it was really positive. Anybody have any questions about it?
So I really liked your idea of doing traffic counts going north on Tower. How about at Buckley? Because every time I go to Brighton, I take Buckley Road and it is jam packed. Or even if I take Sable, always packed. And I'm sure we have a lot of traffic that's leaving the area, going north on 85 as well. I know we have so much leakage here that we're gonna stop the waiting, but just thinking about that because we know everybody leaves to make their purchases. And thank you for going and sounds like you did a great job while you're there, all of you. So.
Mr. Rogers, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I thought it was a fruitful trip, I've cut my teeth a number of times going out to Vegas, it's not being the first. And one of the things that you continue to take away is the opportunities of establishing relationships. Economic development is truly a relationship business. Right, building confidence, trust, not just in process, politics, but also the people who live in the city that would be customers of their business. It's always a good first step for us and for the team to be able to continue that work. And I'll say there's a number of different opportunities that the team will be able to continue to leverage and continue to strengthen as far as that relationship. And it's good being able to have, obviously, one of the P's I just mentioned that are outside of my purview control to be there to provide support with things being Mayor Pro Tem, to provide support about the city being open for business. That's huge, particularly when you hear that out there, because we're one of the few cities that were out there that were able to put ourselves into a position of being able to be in consideration. So all in all, I couldn't have asked for how the trip went. Like I said, we've got a foot in the door, and now we have to continue to keep working through that process to be able to get them to, take the hold of some of the opportunities with our local development team.
I do want to add one other thing. I asked on a regular basis when we were meeting with people how they felt about having elected officials participate in the process, because I felt like we were scouts. We were going out for the first time in a long time. I know Councilmember Ford has gone on this trip when he was mayor, but it's been a long time since anyone has been there. And I just wanted to make sure that we were a value add and not detrimental to Commerce City's cause, because it's so important to our residents, no matter where they live. Everybody wants restaurants, everyone wants new grocery stores, and it's just a common theme in the city, and we wanted to make certain. And the response that we got over and over is that they really appreciate meeting with elected officials because we reflect to the community. They get some idea of who lives in Commerce City. And we can give them insights that are in addition to the information that staff provides as well. So it was a great trip, I think, and I really thank Mr. Rogers and Mr. Dennis and Mrs. Pettiplace and Mr. Meeks for making it all so easy for us. So thank you very much.
Did you guys want to add something in from?
I'll just say, if you'll permit me, Brian did an excellent job, and he was an absolute tactician out there. I just appreciated being able to see that. I think it was a great event. Really appreciated council being there. The only things that I have for potential improvements in the future just have to do with the 4 outreach lists and the networking events, maybe we can add developers to that. Maybe we could build out our background messages a little bit more, so we're more prepped for those interactions. But other than that, I think it was really great, and I think Brian showed us really well in his meetings, and I appreciated the opportunity.
Yes, you did. We did have a couple meetings. The first day.
Yeah, I would just like to echo the positivity, the openness to the conversations, and that's refreshing, given especially what Mayor Pro Tem said, as far as some cities are turning their backs away from commercial development, saying they have too much and we're open for more. And so we're really looking forward to connecting the prospects that we got debriefed in on the 29th with property information, as the mayor said, so connecting them with the contact and the land, and really starting to continue, as Jason mentioned, to move those relationships going forward and keeping them warm relationships with regular outreach and more information. So I think we are setting the stage for a really productive period of time for our retail recruitment efforts.
Member Kim?
Question I have for you guys, when you guys were out there talking to potential prospects, future prospects, I'm just curious to know what challenges are we seeing, I guess, for our community? Was it more, were they asking about, or is there existing infrastructure? Are they looking at, are they okay that there's a blank slate out here that they're willing to build? I mean, majority of the conversation, I'm just curious to know from your guys' perspective.
Oh, that is a limitation that we do not have with just a bunch of vacant available sites. So that the fact that we're talking about greenfield development and the costs associated with that are going to be something that we need to navigate. But we did get the sense that there was a creativity and an openness to having those conversations as well. So it's just an extra step in the development process, but I wouldn't say that. I think the optimism more outweighs that they're open to that opportunity and recognizing that it's there. So I would say, if anything, it's a lack of just vacant sites we have. So we do not have a vacancy problem. It's really just more of a space, adding more regular inline spaces.
One last thing.
Sure.
Yeah, so the other question too, I guess, from what is the takeaway from this, as far as what's the plan here? What's the goal, I guess, right, for next year? I know the goals, the overall goal I'm understanding this to be is we're trying to bring commercial in, get that. But is there any more SMART goals that's out there for the next year? Really hard.
We're going to be following up with the conversations and meetings that were started in Vegas and before, and just continuing to ask them to consider Commerce City for expansion opportunities and navigating through what they need, information, data, anything they need to help them make that decision. And then hopefully ultimately getting to a point where we can have creative conversations about how the city can be a partner, maybe with incentives or other tools that we can bring to the table to make those deals and projects happen. So it's going to be continuing to focus on those targeted prospects and, just kind of looking under every rock we can for every grocery concept, restaurant concept that we can talk to, and make sure that Commerce City continues and remains to be on the radar.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Ford?
For years, Prairie Center has drawn development from us. It's owned by Kroenke. And Home Depot, there's been some others that wanted to build here by the stadium. And of course, Kroenke's like, yep, fill up my project that I have going in Brighton, and then we'll talk about coming over here. And it's detracted, and I know now they've got about 4 more restaurants, one being Olive Garden going in. I don't know how they're so much smaller density than what we are, especially in the north, how they can draw that. I think for me, I'd like to know where we're at in a process from somebody wanting to get through our process for building permits, inspections, approvals, to get through the process. How do we compare to the cities that are around us? Thornton, Brighton, Aurora, North Glen. I think that will give this council a sense of whether we are able to turn these things around fast enough. I also think that it would be great if we had some kind of a survey that shows what kind of incentives these other cities are offering compared to what we're offering. And I think if we start looking at apples to apples on how we can be in a competitive mode. And when it comes to commercial, where are we at with overall fees, when you consider, we don't operate the water department, so they have a different set of fees than we have. But if we could get a range to show that we are in a position to be able to compete with the Thorntons, the Brightons, the Northlands from all those different aspects. What are the fees for commercial? What is the timing for permits, inspections? And when you look at all of it together, I think helps be able to gauge what kind of adjustments we as a council need to make to be competitive for commercial. And without having that background information on what other cities around us are, we're gonna continue to leak. I'd like to be able to know that we are able to compete with the Brightons and the Thorntons and the Northlands.
Yeah.
With timing of permits, with incentives and with our fees to help draw and attract the same type of commercial that we'd like to see. So I would like to ask the council if they're good with trying to get those statistics from our staff so that we can see where we sit from a competitive or non-competitive advantage or disadvantage. And that will help me a lot.
And
Kim, go ahead. You wanted to say something?
I don't.
also, all of that, Councilmember Ford, and traffic counts as well on some of these major thoroughfares all throughout Commerce City, because, you know, those are important. I want you to know that corners are a big deal to people. Corner visibility is a big deal. So if you eliminate a corner, you give that over to some other use, keep in mind that you have just removed that from one of the opportunities that might have been a restaurant. And the other is that, we had heard from someone who had a friend who was going through the permitting process here and had felt a little bottled up. So he did want to make sure that that wouldn't happen to him. But I did convey that to the staff as well.
Councilmember Teeter?
What Councilmember Ford was saying is very true, but you know, we're in a unique position, just the fact that we don't have our own water department. It's a special district. We don't have our own sewer department. It's a special district. We don't have our own, but we have all these special districts that we have to get permits and go through, and that realtor we was all at on Friday out there. She said it took her 2.5 years. This is a commercial business from start to finish, 2.5 years. What would it take for a big business? You know, it's unacceptable. But she was very satisfied with our employees. She said they did a great job. But it just took 2.5 years to get the process done. Something's wrong with that picture.
No. We're gonna go around first ones. Councilmember Lewis.
Thanks for the update. One question I have is around infill. You think about Derby, you think about the southern part of the city. I do hear conversations around the open, you know, greenfield, but what discussions have you had, or did you hear folks say we loved, what's needed to actually put more commercial in?
They were very, very interested in the south, around the dog track, around this facility as well.
Did they talk about the stacking, like the need for urban renewal, the need for a different finance mechanism, like what? Was there conversations at that level, or was it more like just more level
No,
interest?
that's something we didn't get into, but one of the sessions with Capital Stacks talked about that. And financial, and there's a lot of layers to help with financials.
Okay,
So, yeah.
and in your mind, are we at a favorable place or position to say, you know, with capital stacking as a city, we have the right finance tools, especially infill? Do you think, do we get that far yet, or do we know?
I believe so. We have the ability to do general improvement districts.
Yeah, okay.
We have performance, incentive fees, TIF tax increment financing. So we have stacks that we can also offer as well. And then plus commercial, I know right now with commercials and restaurants, we are taking things off as far as fees.
Okay.
just to get them in. Because that was one thing that before was to eliminate the fees for restaurants for them to come in, so it's not so hard.
Okay.
And also talked with, we had a water district meeting, making sure the water district and fire district has an economic development portion with it. So when the application is submitted to the city, all the other entities that have to go through the process are part of the process. They are also notified to know applications and be looking for, they're asking for water, they're asking for fire certs, and get them on board. Because that's the thing. We have no control over that.
Yeah, do you get a sense of, I know there's the attractiveness to build something new, like, from ground up, but did you get a sense from talking to some of these folks where they're interested in doing more infill, they're interested in like revitalization, or is that more of a cost? Like, I guess, do you get a sense of either one?
Can I address that?
Yep.
Yeah, we didn't go to that level. Our job was to talk about Commerce City and the benefits and advantages of coming to Commerce City. Those kinds of conversations, I hope, were the conversations that Brian and Jason and our new economic development director, who's here today, will be having with these prospects. But they didn't ask us about their financial issues. They didn't ask us about what incentives we're offering. They did say very specifically that they want to do business in Commerce City. We left feeling extremely optimistic and positive about the experience and the position that Commerce City is in, because we were talking to people who know Commerce City. It's not people who didn't know Commerce City. They just hadn't gone over the final hurdle, if you will. I'm sure they'll, between incentives, as Councilmember Ford was talking about, and other things we can add into whatever issues that they have in terms of their finances. But that's what the city council has asked for in executive sessions, and we have provided incentives before.
I could ask just follow-up question to staff. I guess my big question, not so much incentives and financial piece, their desire to want to go into the heart of the city. And you've heard around pros and cons, or as they think about what's available to them. Because some people want existing buildings, some don't. Any idea?
Yeah, no, the conversations we had, it really depended on the concept itself and how close other locations were to the core city already. So if they did have something in Brighton or they had something in Denver, then their preference or interest was more in a place where they weren't so close to the stores.
Okay.
So that was a consideration that we did discuss, that did come up, because that drive time and those consumers and sharing that business was a consideration that we spoke about. We did talk about the preference overall, just from a cost standpoint, that any existing space would be preferential to brand new construction. So just by the nature of where things are in the industry, as we talked about earlier, it is a natural inclination for existing inline spaces. And the traffic count information, which we will be able to get to you, that will play a big part of that as well. The established corridors and the traffic numbers that we'll be able to demonstrate in the core city.
Does it hinder us? Because the thing with the core city and being close to Denver is that, because we have existing buildings, but what I heard you say is like we're closer to, other places. So did you get a sense that hinders us or like helps or what?
I think it depends on the concepts, and I think it depends on when you draw the radius or the drive time for the trade area analysis that they do. When they look at where their stores are, that's where the consideration for that comes into play. So it really is very, very much concept specific.
Thank you.
It's all part of the conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Two comments, to what Councilmember Ford said about incentives. I understand, I think we all want to know what those incentives are. But I think in a public setting, I think that could be potentially an issue. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because I think that maybe that's almost like lifting up our skirt to show them as far as what we can actually offer. I don't know.
Just to clarify, I think what I'm looking for is what are the other cities out there around us?
Got it.
What they're doing that we're not doing. Why are they being selected and we're not? How do we get to be in a position of, I don't want them to know what we're considering for incentives. I want to know what the attraction and what these other cities are being able to do that we haven't done to get that draw. Just want to be able to compete.
Now I understand. Thank you so much. And then secondly, regarding what Councilmember Teeter had said about process internally, right? So, I honestly believe it's a 50-50, right? As far as like, maybe potentially internally with our staff, there may be some issues. It could be one reason or another, right? But also it's also on the other aspect of it, as far as with the individual who's applying for the permit and trying to get their business going too. It could take them months, years. Look at Taco Sushi, just for example. I'm just throwing it out there as a problem. So I just I know we can only control what we can control, right, internally. I would say that, if we look at, potentially Six Sigma, or maybe utilize some lean method opportunities to kind of thin out or maybe lean out our improvement, to improve upon our times, that would be great, but I leave that to the city manager.
Just to that point, it's a very fair question, and I will admit we've heard and continue to hear about development processing times. I will admit in the past, we were probably one of the worst when it came to turning around applications 8 weeks, 7 weeks, 6 weeks, which, depending on staffing resources or the inability to kind of come to an agreement on issues that could relate to a project, that could push easily into 13, 12, or 11. So we've made a concerted effort over the past year. We've adopted new practices, which has gotten us down from that 8, 7, 6 to 21 days, 14 days, 7 days, hitting that on about 90 to 95%. And we continue to work with our partners across all of the different agencies, both quasi-public, but also utility-based, to help meet that new expectation that we've put out there. And we've started to see some positive results from that as far as commentation and comments from the development community. Am I going to say that we're 100% of the time hitting it? No, but we're working towards being more consistent and hitting that aspect for that community. So that's one key that we can kind of check off, right? Like I said, people, politics, and planning. We control planning, cannot control the people, but we can help encourage about the conversations to have about their customer base. And obviously having the representation from you all at your level about your expectations also kind of helps satisfy those 3 P's so it doesn't become a premium risk for them coming to our city. So we're doing our steps, and like I said, we're more than happy to share that data because we're actually tracking all of that data from cradle to grave when a project comes through that door to when it gets out. We're tracking each one of those steps through our systems now and making adjustments accordingly so that we can stay at the top as one of the municipalities.
Kind of to follow up on that, is there an economic development or some type of collaboration already with other special districts like water, utilities, or other things that might hold up the process that we can maybe start quelling that starts creating a problem or a barrier?
Great question. There is. We do have, I'll call it partnership meetings with whether it's Excel, United Power, Water, and the fire district. Part of that is the incentive that you really will get from them is through the process. There are certain state statutes that have a limiting effect on what they're able to do, is the incentives that we as a city can do, such as various rebates. So where we look for the incentives with those agencies, those special district agencies, is through the timeline in which they're reviewing the application so that there's nothing lost in that. The key philosophical viewpoint is TMV, time, money, value, right? If it takes more time, it takes more money, less value for the project, want to go somewhere else. So we try to capitalize on the time with our sister agencies so that the money aspect in which that individual is having to shell out through the process is minimized so that the value is retained. And that is where we're capturing that aspect, where we can still participate from the money perspective through the rebates. So it's a different way that we have to approach it with them because of those limitations, but we're getting there with them slowly but surely and working through that process. And like I said, once an issue arises, it's not as though that we wait, it's tackling it within that next 24 to 48 and having that resource. And that's where Stewart comes in to be able to help advocate for those businesses within our process and working with those partners across the table.
I wanted to add
Yes,
to,
Ms. Schwartz.
I'm sorry, oh, thank you, because I don't doubt that the city is improving that actually, I've heard good things. I wanted to add, that's why North Glen and Thornton, they're so close to the highway and they monitor how much traffic leaves that highway, what leakage goes back and forth. I think we should do the same too. It's not just the roads, but where the highways are, where the transportation spaces are, like where those kind of hubs end up being at certain times of the day. I think would be really helpful too, so we can start incentivizing or being more competitive to draw people back or to stay here.
Traffic count.
Yeah, more of it, so yeah, just a third, fourth traffic out.
Anybody else?
I just want to say my final note that I'm very optimistic. This was an encouraging experience from our conversations with the people. They were excited to move forward. It is out of our hands. I hope that they come back to us at some point and the staff says we have an executive session because we're going to be having a conversation about blank and, or whatever we, all of us got a chance, whoever we got a chance to talk to, that their business does show up at Commerce City. But I do think it was a very encouraging experience. And I am very happy also that Garrett Anderson has joined us as the Economic Development Director and is sitting in the room with us tonight. This is his first meeting with us. And so welcome. You have a lot of economic development on the agenda tonight. We were the little kickoff. It was a great experience. So thank you very much also to Brian and Stewart. You guys have held down the fort extremely well and we really appreciate all the help.
Yes, you guys did a great job. The reason why I have this picture up is if you look behind there, it says Aurora, Colorado. The spot that Adams County shared with us is where Aurora wanted to be. And this is what, 2 years or so process in order to get this space. And so we were told that we're working now on space with Adams County for next year. And it's gonna cost a little bit more, but I think it's worth it for us to be there, to be seen right there on the corner. Because these are all listed by streets, 31st Street and all that. And we're talking huge. That I think this park costs 500,000 square foot.
You're probably, I mean, the convention center itself ranges somewhere between 750 to 1 million square feet.
40,000 steps is a lot of steps. Trust me.
They were, and they're doing renovations, so one area was separate from these two from top to bottom, so that's why there was a lot of walking.
How much more would it cost?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That's.
Right now, the Adams County Economic Development is funding the entire cost of the booth, which is around $7,000 to $10,000.
Okay.
And then we can offer to contribute to have more say in imagery, design and layout. And if we wanted them to consider increasing the size of the booth to have more meeting space. So they have not established the rates for the 2025 conference.
So I guess how did Aurora get, so Aurora paid more or Aurora?
No, we're in the spot where Aurora wanted to be.
So.
That's actually another booth behind it. Aurora is behind this booth. They're not on a corner. They're inserted. They're infill. Aurora was infill.
Yeah.
So what happened was, Adams County lucked out, an entity that had held that position for a long-standing time chose to give up its space, and they had like a 24-hour, 48-hour notice if they wanted to pick it up. Aurora had made a claim for it, as I understand. However, Adams County was able to get their offer in first for that space. It's a highly competitive space. Once again, you are literally buying real estate for that 96-hour period, so that as some of the retail business, as the mayor and the mayor pro tem know, we had some last minute meetings of certain concepts that actually came by our booth because they didn't have a booth themselves. So they were walking the floor looking for municipalities and or developers. And that's the other thing that's there is being able to strengthen our relationship with developers that are looking to bring flags to Colorado. So there's a lot of different interaction that you will find there. And that's how Adams County got that space. And this is their second year running. So they're also learning on what's needed for entities like ourselves.
I guess I asked the wrong question. Like, how do we get our name where Aurora's name's at? Is that a cost?
Oh,
I get the booth.
yeah,
makes sense, but
yeah, that costs more money, and plus they store this. So when this is over, they store it for next year.
okay,
You're
okay.
paying for that as well.
So we could pay more to get our names up there next to our booth, is that what?
Right, we have to work with Adams County.
Okay, correct. Thank you.
They just very cleverly put their signs up really high. And the photo makes it look like it's all one booth. It is not. Their signs are high, and so they're over the Adams County display. So it looks like it's one area. It's not one area. But you could put a sign up to block.
That's more
I thought of one more question. Did we make it known our proximity to DIA,
Yeah.
how close we are and we meant to?
So next year we asked about having maps so we can show our target areas with the developers along the corridor and as well down here in Southern Port Cobb City.
It's been a long time coming, but we were promised economic development from giving up the land from Adams County to Denver. And we should be reaping the benefits. We should have been reaping benefits a long time ago. The Airtropolis came around, which wasn't supposed to be, that wasn't part of the deal. But I mean, we really need to put it out there, and then also put their feet to the fire as far as delivering on what they promised. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, sir.
Appreciate the team. It was a great effort.
How do we turn that off?
So,
Should have a nice presentation.
all right, next presentation. Draft Development Strategic Plan. And Brian, invite Brian Place, Deputy Director of Economic Development, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and other council members. We have with us this evening Elliot Weiss with Community Attributes Incorporated. Elliot's been the team lead on our project for our economic development strategic plan. You'll recall, he also gave an update at the city council retreat, and he is here tonight to go over the kind of next update and to go over the draft economic development strategic plan that you all received in your packet. So with that, I will turn it over to Elliot to give his presentation.
The supplemental version.
There is your presentation. And then I should just use the keyboard here.
Yes.
All right, good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Elliot Weiss. You may recall that I was at your council retreat in mid-March. Happy to be here with a full draft now of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will note it's a preliminary draft. This is the first sort of full and complete, or 95% complete draft that we have. So everything that you see in here is still subject to change. We're looking for your feedback on it tonight before we move toward a final version here in the second half of this month at the very beginning of next.
You know what?
This is not actually our presentation. What was that? This is the full report. I'm gathering you don't want me to read you the full report verbatim this evening, so
Unless you want to.
it was in the packet.
Presentation was. You click on Insta report.
Your 65 pages of the report.
Yes. Yeah. It was in the USB drive that I gave to Brian.
That's this one.
Yes, that is correct. There we go. So 4 items I wanted to cover tonight, just a brief status update on where we're at in the project. Short summary of what we heard over the life of the project. So taking into account all of the various ways in which we engage stakeholders in the community. That's surveys back in the fall or early winter. That's individual interviews. That's focus groups. We'll talk more about it as we get to those slides. And then the meat of the conversation is the goals, strategies, and actions. Fair warning, there are a lot of words and not so many pretty pictures on these slides. I'm not going to read them all to you. Again, you've received a draft of the plan in your packet, so you have access to everything that you will see here on screen tonight. But just for transparency and visibility, I included all of the actions that are in the plan on slides here. Finally, we'll close on next steps, which is just rounding out what the next few weeks look like as we move toward project completion. In terms of a status update, this isn't everything that we did over the life of the project. This is a sort of summary of where we've been since we met with you in March. We completed the public open house events. We were calling them studios. There were 6 of them over the course of February and March. We were, of course, at your retreat on March 15th. In April, we had 4 different focus groups. Technically 3 were in April, 1 was earlier in the calendar year, but those were organized as major employers, small business and entrepreneurship, landowners, brokers, and developers, and 1 with the Planning Commission. We had 1 additional advisory committee meeting in April, and then we developed the draft of the strategies and actions that you will see tonight over the course of the month of May. A few quick hits on what we heard across all of those various forms of engagement. Commerce City is geographically well positioned. I think that's a surprise to no one. You benefit tremendously from a large number of regionally significant pieces of infrastructure, but there are still concerns about Commerce City's current perception across the region. There's a range of desired businesses and facilities, many of which you were just talking about, various types of experiential retail, family-friendly, entertainment uses, things of that nature, and we heard that loud and clear. Another one that came through frequently was healthcare facilities. And so that's part of that long list of desired businesses and facilities. That being said, economic needs and wants do still vary across the city, and they vary geographically across the city. And the needs and wants of residents of the Northern Range are not always the same as the needs and wants of residents of the core city. There's interest based on the participation in this project in innovating within some of the sectors that Commerce City has traditionally been strong in, such as industrial, warehousing, energy, transportation, distribution, logistics, but also diversifying beyond them. So we heard support both for supporting those companies that have made Commerce City's economy strong traditionally and finding new opportunities for growth. And that's not to diminish the role of small businesses and entrepreneurs, which are sort of a keystone to Commerce City's economy. The business community values and would value more of a consistent and committed relationship with the city. Individuals representing the private sector are concerned by what they perceive to be high city taxes and fees, as well as permit timelines. Again, I overheard in the last session that there's a lot of progress being made on that front, but I don't know that that progress to date has changed perceptions in the business community, and that change in perception does take time. So we're still hearing that feedback from stakeholders. There's tremendous opportunity that stakeholders see for growth, particularly in some of these key sites, many of which are urban renewal areas. And we did hear significant frustration from landowners, brokers, and developers with Commerce City's development climate, which they perceive to be lagging behind other jurisdictions in the region for a range of reasons, including bureaucratic hurdles, inconsistent rules or application of the rules and regulations, and unpredictability in the approvals process. Finally, there is development interest in a range of residential and commercial development types. I know it's been a challenge and not everyone's been satisfied with the extent to which Commerce City has been able to attract commercial uses recently. But there are no inherent reasons, according to stakeholders in this space, why Commerce City shouldn't be able to compete for those uses. So that's a summary of some of the feedback we've gotten over the last 9, 10, 11 months here. And with that, I'll go into the strategic content of the plan. The first couple slides here should be familiar to you because they've only changed a little bit since we met in March. In fact, I think what I heard when we did meet in March was a lot of support for what we had drafted. So there are some subtle changes here, but they should read as familiar to you. The vision statement: Commerce City is an inclusive community where innovative and enterprising residents find access to boundless opportunity. Situated between bustling city and open prairie, our businesses are closely connected to the region and our residents have access to places to shop, dine, and play at their fingertips. From local shops to global industry, we bring a collaborative and can-do attitude to our approachable and energetic city. Just a couple of the minor edits that are in this version that were not in the last version. The word complete as a descriptor of community was changed to inclusive. That was feedback we received. And I think there was some consensus around that change. We had originally tried to make reference to the diversity of the Commerce City community by referencing tiendas instead of shops, but there was some confusion among many participants about whether or not everyone would be able to understand the intent behind the inclusion of a Spanish word. So that's been changed back to shops. Also, I should note, with the understanding that this vision statement will also be translated into Spanish and other languages as appropriate so that it's accessible to all residents of the community. These 5 goals have not changed, although we've given you a little bit more detail about what we mean with each. So the first is complete community, become a complete and inclusive community where all residents have access to places to shop, dine, and play. Enterprise and opportunity, improve access to economic opportunity for residents and businesses. Approachable, develop a reputation as a leading city to live, work, visit, and stay within the metro area. Innovative and industrious, grow and innovate within existing legacy industries and new opportunity sectors alike. And the 5th goal, collaborative and can-do, foster a high-functioning economic development ecosystem. So with that, I'll walk through each of the 5. Verbally, I'm just going to get the strategies out there. I'll leave these up on screen so you can absorb some of the actions. And of course, when it comes to discussion, we can come back to any of these to zoom in on the actions as you wish. Under the first goal, complete community, the first strategy is to analyze retail needs and compete for retail investment. Of course, we've heard that loud and clear. There are several things that staff and council members, I gather, are doing in order to pitch Commerce City to companies that would be interested in locating here. So you might see some things here that are already underway, and that's intended. We want to make sure that you are aligned on a plan that seizes on things that have some momentum already. And so some of these things might be balls that are already rolling. 1.2, support existing Commerce City businesses and neighborhood business districts in meeting the needs of local residents. 1.2 continues. And 1.3 is to establish Commerce City as a regional hub for both community and business. So this is broader than just retail uses or entertainment uses. This is even about community serving uses. This is about being a place where nonprofit organizations can locate, where you're bringing people in because of the services that are on offer in Commerce City, as opposed to Commerce City residents having to go elsewhere to reach those services, even outside the retail space. So that wraps up the strategies in goal 1. Goal 2, enterprise and opportunity. 2.1 is increase access to tools that promote upward mobility, including skills training, education, apprenticeship, and mentorship programs, and others as appropriate. So the actions under this strategy are really about making sure that Commerce City residents have the resources they need to improve their quality of life, to go further in their careers. 2.2 is to align regulatory processes, procedures, and enforcement, as well as messaging about Commerce City's business climate with the goal of improving access to opportunity. And this broadens the focus. Opportunity is not just for residents, it's also for business owners. Small businesses and large businesses alike should have the tools that they need to continue to grow their business here in Commerce City. Notably, we've got action 2.2.5 here, implement the Elevate Commerce Business Retention and Expansion Program. That's an example of one of those things where the ball is already rolling. Goal 3, the first strategy, 3.1, prioritize strategic public realm improvements that increase visitation and increase commerce. So that's how you create an environment where people want to be, want to spend money, want to linger, want to come to. 3.2 is ensure that Commerce City projects a safe and welcoming image. And we're on to goal 4, 4.1. This goal is a little lengthier. Innovative and industrious, growing and innovating within existing legacy industries and new opportunity sectors alike. 4.1, the strategy is actually a typo. My mistake. If you look in the packet, 4.1 is essentially better leverage or better capitalize on or maximize the economic impact of Commerce City's location adjacent to the airport. And so if you look at the actions under there, those are as intended. Those have much more to do with the airport than they do with retail uses. 4.2, help companies in the transportation, distribution, and logistics sector pioneer an innovative future for the sector. This is something where you've got such a critical mass of employment in Commerce City already. And because of the infrastructure advantages that we referenced earlier, they have no incentive to go elsewhere for the long term. But with things like fleet electrification, that's a sector that's going to have to change a lot. And Commerce City, again, because of that critical mass, has an opportunity to be a pioneer or to support those companies in pioneering that future. 4.3, support growth opportunities in industries or practice that meet the city's interest in clean and green. That's sort of intentionally broad because we want latitude for the city to be opportunistic and what types of businesses qualify. But there's a clear interest by the public in these sorts of industries. And so it's something where we wanted to make sure it found a home in the plan. 4.4, target businesses, organizations, and institutions in healthcare and education as appropriate for Commerce City's demographic and economic characteristics. And 4.5, establish policies and programs that facilitate growth for businesses across all industry sectors. And so 4.1 through 4.4 were a little bit more targeted in their scope in that they specify certain types of businesses. 4.5 is sort of a catch-all. There are things that you can do that would benefit just about any business, regardless of what industry sector it's in, and that's where those actions live. Finally, the fifth goal, collaborative and can-do, foster a high-functioning economic development ecosystem. 5.1 is create systems and standards for ED roles, responsibilities, and relationships. Some of this is work that is ongoing and that the city manager's office and the ED team here at the city have been pursuing in recent years. And 5.2, consider more tailored or targeted approaches to regulating new development that would help Commerce City achieve its vision. So this is similar to some of the content in goal 2, where we're talking about the city's business climate, but it's slightly different. It's really just about how the city interfaces and what the tone of conversations is with the private sector and with the folks that are giving some of that feedback about their perception of doing business in Commerce City. So there's a lot there to unpack, but I was trying to keep this portion of the presentation brief so that we can maximize time for discussion. Next steps, we will revise this draft in accordance with feedback received from staff and from council, and we will work towards a final draft. That will be within the next few weeks, presumably. We're sort of at the tail end of the planning process here. But most critically, the next step is to implement this. And with that in mind, there are a few of these actions that are in here that I think the city's already working on, and we just wanted to highlight that. In particular, 1.2.8, staff is planning to launch the new open rewards platform in Q4 of 2024. 2.2.1, city manager was talking about this in the last session. There are new standards, as I understand it, for the planning review cycle that the city is tracking diligently. And so that was something that we thought merited place in the plan, but that the city is very much aware of and is working on. 2.2.4 is really about implementing the new economic development marketing plan, and 2.2.5, as I referenced earlier in the presentation, the Elevate Commerce website is live. It was launched in April, and it has sort of one-stop shopping for many business resources and other assets. So with that, I will close my presentation and welcome your questions and any discussion.
Councilmember Savin, questions? Councilmember Chacon?
I have a quick one just because I was looking at the whole thing. I'm really impressed by section 5 too, because it feels more broad to community modeling. And I feel like strategy 1.1, analyze retail needs and compete for retail investment, was exactly what council member was mentioning earlier. But I was wondering For 1.2, support existing Commerce City businesses and neighborhood business districts in meeting the needs of local residents. I feel like that went to my question earlier. How are we able to work with districts and how are we gonna have consistent community outreach where that's a continual platform?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's different in every community, of course. Some communities that we work in have very strong neighborhood organizations that are sort of standardized for each officially recognized neighborhood within the city. So neighborhood planning groups that are sort of formally recognized and have a voice at public meetings. When that's not the case, it's going to be more decentralized by necessity, I think, and it's about plugging into community events where you can. And it may be about having individuals who are residents in those neighborhoods who really agree to step up and serve as an advocate for the neighborhood or a liaison between staff, elected officials, and their fellow neighbors. I think that, there are a number of different approaches. The examples, I would say, are in these actions. New Shop Local program, right, would be an opportunity to get out and interface with small businesses in a more consistent and more formalized manner than may currently be happening. So it looks different in every community, but there are some ideas here anyway.
I know back in the day, it was like secret shoppers. You could actually, I don't know if you guys remember secret shoppers, but you could actually like hire certain people from your community to kind of go survey that business and be like, that didn't work, that kind of thing. Maybe that can be an approach, incentivize community in some way, I don't know.
I like it.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. It was shorter than I anticipated. I read all 65 slides. They were all as dense as this one is. So thank you very much for all of your work into this. I think my only suggestion would be in goal 5. And it calls out a membership group which relies on businesses to pay their executive director, to pay their rent, to do all that kind of thing. I don't know that that is an appropriate partnership to call out in a strategic plan. We're not in the business of helping other businesses stay afloat. If we are, then we should list all of them. We should list all the businesses in Commerce City that we're going to partner with so that they're part of the strategic plan. But the other aspect is that I have constituents in Ward 4 who have not had good experiences and felt that the focus was on Core City and literally against the North. So I don't see this as a strategic partnership. I see it as a partnership, a necessary one as we are with all of the different groups in Commerce City, but not to call out in the economic development strategic plan. It should be broadened to include all business organizations. My understanding is that they have about 280 business members, but there's 2,500 businesses in Commerce City. So there's plenty of people for the city and the city council to be meeting with on their own that are external to the group you called out in the strategic plan.
And just
That would be the Chamber
to
of Commerce.
clarify, we're talking about the chamber.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a membership organization. They exist on memberships. I participated in one of these myself for 3 years. So I know the structure. And it's just as different than, say, a nonprofit or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
And also it's quite political. So
I would.
it's just a difficult strategic partnership, in my opinion, and in my many constituents' opinion.
Absolutely, I understand. I'd welcome discussion on that subject so that we can resolve whether or not we want the reference to be in the strategic plan or not. From my perspective, I suppose the relationship between city and chamber also is highly variable across the cities that we have worked in. And in some cases, the sample of businesses that participate in the chamber is higher than, I can't calculate the percentage on the fly, but 280 over 2,500, if anybody's a math whiz.
10%.
There we go. In some cases, it's higher than 10%. In some cases, the chamber happens to function as the best sort of liaison that city staff have to the business community. And if there's a better opportunity to engage businesses more broadly across Commerce City, I would think that we would want this language to reflect that. So it's,
I'm not suggesting that there shouldn't be interaction between them. I'm just saying calling it out in the strategic plan is not something I can support. You could say business organizations, representative business organizations. You never know who might pop up. And I don't want someone to have a leg up on another organization that might come up that would perhaps better reflect all of Commerce City or other aspects of Commerce City. I mean, you never know what's going to happen. And if this is supposed to be sitting out there for the next 5 to 7 years, then it should be inclusive.
absolutely.
If it's appropriate, I can offer that Elevate Commerce program has I want to say 15 to 20 different partners that are regional organizations. Think the SBDCs, Manufacturers Edge, Workforce Center, other local organizations as well, Avalon Pay, for example. So I think I just want to share that so there's comfort, and awareness that those relationships are being built and are already built and can be included along with our great partnership with the chamber too, if you'd like to go in that direction.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add to that comment, I think there's the thing around current state versus future state. And best practices across our neighboring cities is to have a strong relationship with chambers, with Chamber of Commerce, and in a lot of cases, help provide financial support for ED. And so I'm trying to separate like right now, versus what we need, right? And so I'm okay leaving it in there with that perspective of we have to have a strong relationship with economic development with the chamber to compete like our surrounding cities. And if this is a strategy that works, I'm personally okay with leaving it in as a best practice.
Can I ask you a question, Councilmember Dukes? Councilmember Kim at our meeting asked the city manager how many businesses the Chamber of Commerce attracted to Commerce City, and his answer was 0. So from a retention point of view, sure, they are working with the businesses and doing receptions and events. I have no problem with their existence. That's perfectly fine. It's just that making it more powerful than it is, I think is not appropriate. And this is not the only mention. As I said, I read all 65 slides, and this comes up again and again and again, which is why it stood out in my mind that you're calling out this group alone, no other business organization in Commerce City, only this one.
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Was there a question directed to me?
Yeah, how do you reconcile if their job isn't to attract business? How do you reconcile with your comment?
Yeah, my comment, going back to the idea of current state versus future state. Current state, they're not as effective as we all would want. Future state is that what we've seen in other cities around us, from the Denver Metro Chamber, Arvada Chamber, Brighton, is that you have a strong relationship that drives Parker. You have Parker as Loveland. We can keep going on. And so that's how I reconcile what is versus what we need and what will be. And so when I think about strategies and a strategic plan, a vision, right? A vision of the future. It's not the current state. It's the vision where we need to get to. And that's how I reconcile the differences in this comment.
Councilmember Kim.
So while I do understand what Mayor Pro Tem is saying, right, we're calling out the chamber in this aspect here because of current state. I also know part of that conversation I had asked Mr. Rogers about how many have we received in the past 2 years. The answer was 0. And my biggest deal right now is the fact that how do we then look into the future to help resolve that lack of a better word, dysfunction, I'll just say, and I don't mean that in a negative connotation, negative term whatsoever. I just think there are some issues there, right? The fact that between the city and also with the chamber, but I do believe the fact that, can we move forward? Can we move beyond the issues we actually have? Can we actually work together to define what is the roles and responsibilities that both the city and the chamber can actually work together? Let me ask you a question. Majority of what you've done here with other cities, is it primarily customary or not customary? Is it common to identify a chamber of commerce for that city in this?
It is common, yes.
Common.
But typically not exclusively.
Right.
To Mayor Pro Tem's point.
Yep.
We should be doing so in a way that if it is called out individually, there's a reason for that. We don't want to convey that they should get any sort of preferential treatment as an economic development partner.
So that part I can understand as well, right? So obviously you don't want to call out one entity altogether. So maybe we just change the name based on the 15, 20 different organizations, support organizations you have. Maybe economic development has an idea as far as what to call it outside of Chamber of Commerce then. But I also understand what Councilmember Dukes is saying, that the fact that, there are other chambers of commerces that do work with their city and it's common. But for me, I personally think that while there is some challenges, I'll just within our city with our Chamber of Commerce, I also believe that we can try to, figure out how do we strategically work together to help make Commerce City better. We want to include the other 14, 15 support organizations that have to be a part of that conversation. By all means, I am happy for that. Bottom line is for me is the fact that we need to make Commerce City better than the way it is the way that we're going to leave it.
Councilmember Chacon.
I'm fine with working with a chamber of commerce if there is a collaboration with all chamber of commerce that influence Commerce City, not just Commerce City's Chamber of Commerce. So if it is a Denver metro area space, because it's just the locality of where we're at, and then also making all of them accountable to some degree to provide valuable resources, discounts, relationships that help businesses, their market and their community save money. That has to have a level of transparency to kind of quell what Councilmember Kim's saying. There's a mistrust. And to honestly build that trust within our Chamber of Commerce, given a local municipality and a local city, there has to be a level of accountability and that kind of openness between each other too. And then something that we can offer to community too, to where these are other discounts or these are other things that our chamber is also pursuing, not just businesses, but something that's a community protection for you.
The other thing that you used in your strategic plan was the idea of the ambassadors, which would be part of retention and visits and business engagement also. So that was something that you referred to. So that enlarges 5.1.4 as well. In addition, there would be, many cities, while they may have chambers of commerce, however, Thornton does not. Broomfield does not. They went out of business because it takes a lot to keep all those salaries going. And they created the Adams County AC Rep, Regional Economic Partnership. And so that's what people go to now. What we had suggested when we had the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee was economic development corporations, which Aurora has, Brighton has, Denver has. Certainly those are part of 5.1.4 also. So I just really want to encourage you, as Councilmember Kim was discussing, to enlarge the meaning of that and all references throughout the strategic plan.
Absolutely. And I think I'm hearing consensus around that.
Okay.
In the sense that we want to make sure that the chamber is included and we are not excluding other economic development partners.
That's where Dukes.
Well, and that was my point. Like, I would love that
if all the council can maybe have that discussion, like, cause I don't wanna leave here without providing direction and consensus of what we really wanna do. The other thing I'll just add, just as an anecdote of around thinking about equity framework, if we talk about accountability and equity and we invite everyone, no one's really gonna be held accountable. Does that makes like, it's hard to pinpoint who's gonna be held accountable if everyone is gonna be held accountable, right? So we gotta probably narrow and be more focused on, in my opinion, who we want to be named, because that's how you get accountability and we look at data. Versus like just spread it out with everyone. So something to think about.
Okay, I'll go. I do appreciate what you have presented to us. And, you know, this is hard because we used to have Commerce City Business Professional Association. They were what the Chambers is now. And they really went out to the businesses and all that, same thing, membership driven and everything. And then the Commerce City Chamber started and competing with them. And basically the other one died off and this one took over. But this has been more of a political situation too, and we don't need that when it comes to it. When it comes to chambers, it's business. Should not be anything to deal with politics. I know it was at a school board meeting. Actually, I was watching on TV, and one member of the chambers came forward to go against the school. That's not good. They are part of our community. We have 2 school districts. And if we are going to partner with a chambers that goes against our good work and the community, I can't accept that. And that's the conversation that I would like to have with the chambers. And if we are going to go that route with the chambers and have someone who's, you know, within the organization, then it needs to be more professional. And talk about ambassadors and all that. And maybe, you know, this would be on them to actually put our RFP out for executive director. That has experience and that's going to take the chambers beyond what they are today. I mean, that's hard conversation. I'm not saying what's going on now couldn't possibly be that. But if we're going to focus on one, it has to be top notch. Because I know the city of Brighton, they changed their coordinator. And it's someone who actually does not live in Brighton, just personally lives in Thornton, comes in and does a great job. I've seen that with our chambers. So if we're, like I said, and so to me, they do real good with ribbon cutting and all that and giving them an opportunity, you know, it's just like with other organizations. And we put it out there. That's what in order to go forward, we should have, because we all sit in these seats now, things are going to change over the years, but that structure should. So we're going to have a partnership with the chambers. It has to be more top notch. From from the chambers I've seen. As what was stated last week on asking questions and everything from Councilmember Kim, 0. And I think it's maybe not on them, but there has to be, you know, targeted approach to what's going on. And the motivation, I think those numbers could go up. But as I right now, I think we should take that out and give them an opportunity and then put that in later. But that should not be part of our focus. And I'm just being honest, that's so.
I mean, I appreciate it. I will just say from my perspective, the reason why it is called out in here is because the relationship hasn't been serving the city as well as it could, right? This is all under the umbrella of fostering a high functioning economic development ecosystem. It acknowledges that there's work to do there. And so that was the thinking behind its inclusion. But I certainly understand all of the challenges that have come with that relationship in the past.
That's my report.
Yeah, I actually currently serve on the Chamber of Commerce. I think that there has been disagreements in the past about different things, maybe not associated with economic development. If a chamber member, a board member of the chamber wants to say something like the mayor just mentioned about the school district, hopefully they're speaking as their own person and not as a chamber member, because the goal of the chamber is to promote and retain businesses within the city, become an advocate for those businesses within the chamber. From that perspective, I have seen that working very well. I think there's some personal issues with members of the chamber and the council, and I think we gotta get past all of that. We used to operate through the Metro North Chamber of Commerce. It's the chamber that we always operated under. Business Professionals was a small group that did some different events within our community. Their primary effort was the Santa Claus event at the Catholic Church and things of that nature. But I will tell you, they may not have brought in a business, but we also have to be on terms where our staff is willing to work with them to say, here's what we're trying to attract. We want you to also be able to engage. I do know when I was trying to get Lolo's restaurant to come into Commerce City, that the chamber actually went and picked them up, drove them around our city, showed them about our city, tried to really make it out of the benefit of moving to our city. I've been to a lot of their events, whether it be ribbon cuttings or promoting long-term businesses. I think they've done a tremendous job and they are highly respected, especially with businesses like Tasty Donuts. It's been around for 95 years. So I think that it comes down to we have to treat each other right. And if we can get to that point, I think they can be a great adversary for the businesses within our community. But I want to do a better job having a relationship with them than what we have had in the past. Because I think that plays a role in zero.
Again, just looking at, going back to the language here, is the strategy is to expand collaboration opportunities with the chamber. And I think, I guess to your point, that's the whole goal for this goal, right? They foster a high function. Think about high function, it's trust, it's structure, it's accountability, right? And when you think about accountability in the sense of we sit down and talk about what are the measurements, what do we need to move forward with, but that's all a part of this in my mind, goal 5. And so I would love for us to continue to talk through so you get directions on what other council members say as well.
I wouldn't be happy to see it included as a called out entity. I am completely happy about Commerce City working through working with them, working through issues with them. But we need to enlarge that definition. This is not about promoting an organization. This is about promoting commerce in Commerce City, retail, economic development, all of it. That's what the point is of this. Retention is important. And business engagement, we have plenty of organizations doing that, as Stuart Meeks pointed out. So let's try and expand the concept, find language that expands the concept. That doesn't mean anything reflecting the organization. They do exactly what Councilmember Ford said, which is to promote and retain. That is the purpose of a Chamber of Commerce. It's not to attract businesses. That's not their goal.
Councilmember Teeter? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Chacon.
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I don't think they should be highlighted specifically. I think it should be a collaborative form of commerce. If that's the case, trade associations too. If the Chamber of Commerce wants to prove that type of accountability, then by all means, let's have conversations working forward about how to build more workforce development. That's why that comment is concerning. How can we look at other ways to build community resources and upliftment of what a chamber is supposed to do? Because it's still that aspect of it I don't see this chamber doing. And to highlight them specifically is a concern for me when we're not looking at all the other aspects of trade or commerce too. So having that balance of community also being represented in this space too, and I don't think the Chamber of Commerce has been thorough in it.
Councilmember Tudor.
I disagree with Susan and you.
Well, we're not here to,
I know, but she said she agreed with Susan. I thought I should put my 2 cents worth in. I disagree. And I've had nothing but good experiences with the chamber. And especially retaining businesses and working with businesses. But I just had a broken windshield in my car. I asked the chamber, where can I get a windshield? I'm calling up my insurance companies, telling me a place over in Westminster, another place in Littleton, and chamber said, well, hey, we got a car doctor right here in Commerce City. Go to the car doctor, get my windshield. Well, I said, well, I'm there. I need an air conditioner. Chamber member introduced me to another chamber member. They charged my air conditioner right here in Commerce City. I need a fence put up. I got 2 companies from the chamber. So that's what the chamber is all about, is businesses working with the community and working within our city so we can do shopping right here in our own city. That's my experience.
thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Just want to make a comment. We talked about here, I think as a full body here, about the relationship right now is lacking with the Chamber of Commerce. I will tell you right now, just a heads up, there's going to be something coming up in administrative council business about partnership between the Chamber of Commerce to talk about the Chamber of Commerce along with the city to try to help value that partnership and get us to that next level. So that's coming up on administrative council business probably on Monday. Heads up.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, so we can discuss it again. Action 5.2.1 says reconsider whether the moratorium on metro districts is serving the city's best interest in the current development climate. I think there's a better way of wording that. Reconsider whether metro districts serve the city's best interests in the current development climate. And consider other financial mechanisms.
Appreciate the comment.
That is the more 5.2.1 is a current state. I mean, that's like immediate current state. That's nothing down the road. This will be something that will be taken care of very soon.
All right, so looks like we have directions for everybody. Well,
Just question that one, because it's different it's different language here than it is in the actual strategic plan. It says evaluate different approaches to working with development communities such as agreements and moratoriums. This one's different language.
That may be an oversight on my part. The version that you have in the actual report document is the latest and the greatest. And just to Mayor Pro Tem's comment from a while ago now, the full 65-page or however many page document that you got as part of your packet is a draft of a full report, not intended as a presentation, which is why it has so much additional supporting content.
And I think that's important because Mayor Pro Tem, your comment reflects more around what it says in this 5.2.1 here. So that's not, this is more reflective on the actual document and it includes what you're saying.
Would you read aloud what?
So it says evaluate different approaches for working with development communities such as development agreements or moratoriums of understanding with requirements for phased development that prioritize commercial development in early stages of the projects.
I would include infrastructure mechanisms. That doesn't include infrastructure mechanisms. You have to include that in some fashion. Otherwise, you're back to metro districts again.
Fair.
That's all I'm suggesting is it needs to include that. The old one needs to include that. The new one needs to include that. I don't care, whichever.
Yes. So I know, I hear your suggestion. I guess I'm curious around what's the process to give clear direction, so it's all of our voices, you know, we all have one vote or direction, so how would you like to proceed with providing direction, or that you can leave here with comments that we all agree with or not? Chris.
What did you gather out of what you've heard tonight as far as 5.1, 5.1.4 around the chambers, and then 5.2.1 with the moratorium in metro districts?
I gather there's a diversity of opinion. I think that an important next step will be to talk with economic development staff to see how we want to resolve these comments. I think that it's clear that we don't want to give preferential treatment to really any individual partner in economic development. And yet I think there is still some recognition in the room that there's utility to naming the challenge that Commerce City has had with the Chamber of Commerce, because that's a relationship that in other cities is core to many economic development functions that is not currently serving that role. And so there's some tension there that we still have to reconcile. And I would anticipate that's a conversation we'd have with staff and as a project team, and bring back a revised version of that action item.
If I may, Mayor, I appreciate the comments of our consultant. I'm gonna cut it just on a little bit of a finer edge. Obviously, there's been a number of different topics that you brought up. There's been conversation on both sides. While yes, we'll be able to go back and we'll be able to further debate, discuss, and then opine on how to bring something back, we still may miss the mark. So if there's an opportunity to really come to some consensus, if that's where you're at, or some direction, that's what my team and I are going to need. Because we're not gonna come back to something that's going to meet the body at large. I think we heard probably on one item that's been discussed out of the various actions is that consensus wise, not calling out the chamber, but referencing associations, corporations, and the business support community, whether it's NPOs or otherwise, should be the focus, because it still gets us to the conversation around the chamber. And as I heard from Councilmember Kim, there may be a conversation that you all will have around the chamber, separate and apart from the ED strategic plan. That is it. When we talk about 5.2.1, like I said, we can go back, look at it 5 different ways. We can bring those 5 different ways. It may still not get us to the desired outcome, given what I've heard from, like I said, both sides of the argument. So if there's a way to be able to take a little bit more time to give some clear direction on where the body is at on that, the better it is going to be for us to come back with you all on a better product so that we can actually then take those steps.
Well, I think having those two, because they are big topics in our city, actually remove those two. Because we're still gonna talk about chambers later, moratorium, metro districts is coming up. I think those languages should be out of there. Because if this is 5-year strategic plan, we all have work to do. And, you know, and there's time where we can incorporate those 2 sections, because those are huge. Those are 2 big, especially number 5.21, it's just been huge. 24 years. And it's not gonna go away. So I think just for the strategic, I think we just take those 2 out. We're gonna have to have a conversation around the chambers. Not saying we can't work with the chambers, but we got to start somewhere. And I'd say that based on what's coming up on Monday, and just to have a better plan, I would take those 2 out. That's Mayor Dukes.
I agree with, I like the rationale of 5.21 because it is immediate. I would be okay with removing that as well, to say, let's remove that out. As far as the chamber discussion, I like how you capture that around opportunities to work with the chamber, and maybe if we do have other things, other folks that are part of it. I just think we have to think through how do we accountability. Maybe that's another step that we can talk to. So I'll be okay with keeping chambers in, or keeping the language around chambers, however you jig that. And then I do like the idea of removing the 5.21 because it is more immediate right now. So
I will say that on 521, I think I would agree, we take that one out because that is a contentious topic. And I think there are gonna be other financial, other different types that could be used outside of metro districts. And of course, 5 years down the road, we don't even know if that moratorium still is going to exist. The other one regarding 514, outside, I think the Chamber of Commerce piece, I think we change that to something to the effect of other business supporting entities or organizations or something to that effect might be a better suit wherever you see the word Chamber of Commerce.
Concur.
You choose Gracias.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the verbiage that's in 5.14. It's partnering with the chamber to collaborate on retention and business engagement. It's not about how many businesses they've brought. It's not about economic development. It's about retention and business engagement, which is what they do. And I don't care if you add more things in there, but I really agree that that is a pretty truthful statement, and I don't know why it would be removed.
Councilmember Douglas?
I would concur with Councilmember Kim.
Councilmember Chacon?
I'm fine with removing 5.2.1. For 5.1.4, it has to expand on more commercial, make the chamber work for it. I don't doubt that the chamber has been helpful for you, but just given your priority as a council member, just because you ate today doesn't mean that there's a starting. The chamber hasn't been that doing their due diligence for everybody in the community. And like I said, make them work for it to where there are other competing commercial entities that would be willing to work with us, that if the chamber's not willing to follow through on other aspects of business engagement, which also includes retention of workforce development in the spaces, other of those transformative ways of looking at us, then they're not doing their due diligence, and we should be able to hold them to a higher standard by working with others that already might have that ethical procedure.
Councilmember Teeter?
Leave it in.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you say how you wanted things to go
On what part?
on those two, 5.1 to 5.5?
I concurred with the language replacement that Councilmember Kim
Good.
suggested. And I see the value of 5.2, but the action of 5.2.1 probably needs to probably be removed.
Good. And I'm along with as well, with Councilmember Kim, you stated. Well, thank you.
Any other discussion or? All right, thank you all for the feedback.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for all of your hard work on
It's been a
this,
pleasure.
and I really feel that you've reached out to the community, you've heard from the community, you are looking at direction, and so thank you for the hard work.
Councilmember Dukes?
I do just have a question. There was a part of the strategy is around small businesses. And like, there's a situation where we have like businesses in one of our areas, like Bell Creek, right? That as a best practice, provide consistent signage from the city perspective, but they're overseen by HOA. And so how, is that a part of the conversation? How do they're overseen by HOA, so their signage is maybe not as visible as other signage, and some of the businesses there, to the point where one of the businesses had to do a billboard, right? And so, is that a part of our discussion, is think through strategies to help small businesses be more visible, and what it costs? And then is it also part of the conversation with the HOAs and the Metro District boards? Like, how, is that a part of this discussion as well?
I think it could be. I don't recall an action in here that is sort of specific to that issue with the HOAs, but I do think there's an art to how we write these actions, and that is they have to be specific enough to be actionable for staff and broad enough to provide some flexibility to implement if this is actually 2 or 3, 4 years down the road when the circumstances might have shifted a little bit. And so a few of the actions that do come to mind would be around incentives for things like facade improvement, grants you could give to small businesses and how you might fund something like that. That certainly could be used towards signage. Looking at the city's signage code and making sure that it's functioning well and making sure that it's allowing businesses to advertise themselves, but in a way that does not detract from sort of the experience of being in, doing business in Commerce City. And then there's another action in the strategy that focuses on signage and wayfinding specifically for gateways. And I would say, holding the magnifying glass up to those places where people are entering Commerce City and making sure that the experience of entering Commerce City is a positive one, is a recognizable one, is one that's going to have strong affiliation so that people choose to return, are all things that are in the document in one place or another. So maybe not as specific as what
Yeah, I
you were referencing, but.
No, I appreciate the comment. I think we've had a lot of conversation on all of those. And I think it would behoove us to think about adding some strategy somewhere in here around that relationship with special districts around promoting small businesses, because this is a good example that they can't put signages on the entryway into the community because the way HOA has some of the things, but we don't want to overstep HOA, but it's like we can't promote small businesses if it's kind of hindering some of that.
So you mentioned,
If I may take a just small liberty to expand on that, it's just not small business, but we've also ran into where HOAs are in the sense of a commercial perspective, a commercial owners association. That will have covenants and restrictions that are above and beyond what we as a city may permit through our process or may be able to incentivize. We've run into it with businesses, small businesses actually looking to move into certain spaces, but if the owner or the association has covenant restrictions that may further limit land uses.
Yeah.
It then creates an already very tight pool of brick and mortar to be almost non-existent.
Yeah.
Which then forces individuals to go elsewhere, which is obviously outside of our city boundaries. So a strategy that we could look at if this is what council would like is how do we work with those associations to adopt practices that are in alignment with our economic development strategic plan, right? We can't enforce it, but we can encourage it. We can work with them. We can try to bring them partners that have the synergies as opposed to the potential competition and or cannibalization of who's already coming to their center. And that's something that we can look at engaging. But once again, just want to be clear that some of those things are outside of our reach, but we can try to still work on it through collaborative process.
And would that be something that we go around and ask to add some language around that so that
which number is that?
it's not listed yet and they'll have to find out where's the appropriate place to put it. But the heart of it is around the city working with the different associations to be able to promote small business signage that ultimately help attract, because it's different and it creates some barriers because we can provide funding for bigger signage, but they can't use the funding to place the sign. So it's maybe
I
something.
think that could be more of a policy thing.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to.
Not with this here, but more of a policy. That way it's documented and then that they would have to follow because the city would supersede HOAs.
Well, I agree with you as a policy, and I'm thinking about it as a strategy to make sure we look at our policies to ensure there's alignment and support, right? So it's the strategy part to make sure we don't forget about actually having attention to that piece of it.
That's what Douglas.
And hopefully you do that moving forward too, because if we're to have actual mixed use as defined in people's heads,
Yes.
what is mixed use? Because what you're talking about in Bell Creek are businesses within the neighborhood who would like to attract business from outside the
Yes.
neighborhood. And they're not able to do that. And I've heard that about several businesses
Yes.
over in Bell Creek where, some of them had to move, some of them,
Yes,
because of that.
yes.
Yeah, and so that's something that we need to address, especially if we have true mixed use going forward.
Thanks for. And the reason I say have it listed somewhere, because what gets measured gets done. And so if we forget, I don't want to be forgotten because it is.
Is everybody okay adding that in?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you all. Appreciate your engagement on this project.
All right.
Thank
I guess we're move quickly here. You'd like to, city manager, you said you'd like to switch to city voting history and the city's website.
That would be after this coming item on the trash recycling.
Oh,
program.
okay. All right.
But that's a,
All right, up next is citywide trash recycling program and Jenna Hahn, Gio. Thank you. Jenna Hahn, Deputy Director of Public Works. Good evening. Nice.
How do you say it? Assuming on presentation 3, I'm not presentation 3.
Did you see it too?
Yeah. Even though I.
I'm sorry.
How do you?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Tonight, I am here to provide you all with an update on the citywide trash and recycling program. This will certainly not be the last discussion that we have on this topic this year, so we can think of this as our introductory session for a topic. So tonight, we are going to review the current agreement that we have for refuse collection services with Republic Services. We will discuss our need to exercise a 1-year extension option with Republic. We will overview the path forward for continued services in the city. And finally, we will summarize our next steps. So talking about the current contract, that current contract with Republic was approved in October of 2019, and it is set to expire on December 31st of this year. Now, that current contract does allow for 3 1-year extensions for services, and staff is actively discussing a one-time 1-year extension with Republic Services. So again, we're pursuing that one-time 1-year extension because that will give our team adequate time to do several things. First of all, it will allow us to prepare a new RFP for collection services. It will allow staff and council to solicit and evaluate bids from qualified respondents. It will allow staff and council to select a trash and recycling service provider. And if needed, it will allow us to smoothly transition services without impacting collection services for the community. Regarding that 1-year extension, staff anticipates bringing the amendment before you all for discussion and approval during the 3rd quarter of this year. The amendment is close to being ready for council's review, but staff is still working to establish a 2024 pricing exhibit as well as rate estimates for 2025, as outlined in that initial 2019 agreement. Once council has reviewed and approved that extension, staff will prepare the new request for proposals, which will also be reviewed and approved by council. Staff does anticipate having that RFP posted in late Q3 or early Q4 of this year. And once posted, we're estimating about 4 months before we're able to return to you with a bid analysis that we can walk through together. If after that time passes, we do select a new service provider, we anticipate needing the better part of 2025 to transition all residents to a potential new provider. Staff believes that this outlined path forward is the best path for residents and the city. By extending the contract and using that time to issue a competitive RFP, the residents will continue to receive their expected trash and recycling services, while staff and council review all competitive options for the future trash and recycling program for the city. So to recap our next steps here, we will bring the amendment to council in Q3. We'll also bring the RFP for collection services to council for discussion in Q3. And then a new contract will be reviewed and approved by council in 2025 with a new agreement for collection services beginning January 1st of 2026. So that's our current path forward. Happy to answer any questions about the upcoming amendment, RFP process, etc.
Thank you very much for the information. I could use more information though. It's my understanding that our trash and recycling bill has more than doubled since the contract began. The contract was to end at the end of this year, but they're being given an extension for a year. So it's two questions. One is, how much is the contract for currently? How much was it for at the beginning? And secondly, could we do an RFP right now?
All great questions. So in 2020, our rate for trash and recycling was $13.10 per household. And that original contract did have a 4% cap built into it. So again, in 2020, we were at $13.10. Right now in 2024, we are at $15.03.
Okay, we need a big picture. Are we talking about 2 million versus 6 million? What is the annual hit?
So when the contract first started in 2018, which went into effect in 2019, this is a 5-year contract. It was at 1.6 million. In 2023 budgeted appropriation for trash and refuse program, we're sitting at 3.6. Now, what I can't answer without really digging back in the books is when we added the recycling function, which obviously there was a cost associated with that, right? We started out with trash, we had recycling, so there's going to be a cost associated with that, plus the growth of, right, in response to the city. Could we do an RFP by the end of December? Yes, we could do an RFP by the end of December. Does it change the likelihood in which we would still need to have some form of service provided to our community? Because there will be a transition period, whether it's from the existing company to another, because they will use different materials, different recycling, different trash bins. There is a process in that in which, by estimation, would be 1.5 years in and of itself. So I don't want there to be any confusion that while yes, we could do an RFP, that we would have the ability to stand someone up January 1st of 2025 due to the timeframe of where we're at. It would still have to have some extension with our existing vendor to cover while we are making that transition. And when we've done our analysis, the team can correct me if I'm wrong, safely to be able to meet the needs of our community that continues to grow, it would be 1.5 years, even from today's date.
Well, we have all experienced the turnaround going from Waste Connections to Republic. I don't know that there's anybody here who didn't have that experience as a resident on the council. But so we know what that entails. However, since we knew this was a 5-year contract, I just am wondering about what the 6th year is going to look like with Republic. If we know it was 1.6 when we started, it's 3.6 now. What will it be in the 6th year?
It's my assumption, pardon me?
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, we have got preliminary indication from the public that the increase would be 4%, just as Jenna alluded to, that cap. We need to finalize that with them, so I don't want to give you final numbers tonight, but preliminarily, they are saying it would be within that 4% annual cap increase to extend it.
And the trash and recycling service that we provide, do any other cities in the area provide free trash and recycling service?
It's a good question, ma'am. Anecdotally, no. I think we are one of the few remaining cities that provide free trash and recycling. Fort Collins underwent a transition from pay-as-you-throw or to a pay-as-you-throw. Denver most recently went through one, I would say, within the last 24 to 48 months as well. So we are probably one of the few municipalities that does it. As I said, speaking anecdotally, within Adams County, within Arapahoe County, and what I understand, at least from some of the major cities. But we'd have to do a little bit more of a deeper dive across the Front Range and quite frankly, the state to see if anybody else is doing that as well.
So if we were just doing property taxes, or the property taxes that Commerce City brings in, do our property taxes cover the cost of trash and recycling?
That's a good, one, you'll take this wrong way. I don't know how to answer that because those are apples and oranges. Cheryl?
The total amount that we receive in property tax revenue would very closely cover it, but if we were applying that to that cost specifically, then that's just shy of 4 million that we have to find from the general fund to fund other operations. So.
Thank you.
Right, okay, because I've made the argument before that our property taxes do not cover the cost of trash and recycling, and that we all need to be aware of that this is actually something that the city does out of the general fund. I just wanted to make that
Fair point, ma'am.
clear and make sure I had the correct understanding. Okay,
Councilmember Ford?
Thanks, Mayor. Years ago, when we went to free trash, it was under a Mayor Busby. And the reason we went to free trash is because at the time, that mayor and the city council wanted to de-Bruce. And to de-Bruce, that's what was the apple that they used to convince the residents to de-Bruce, and it worked. So at that time, the mayor was adamant that we continue to provide free trash pickup. Now, there's no mayor since that was obligated to have to agree to that. However, when we have had times where we didn't have free trash and it was you had to pay for your own trash service, and we had multiple vendors coming through our city, so every resident had 4 or 5 different trash trucks coming down their street on any given week, and it was more unsightly than what the residents chose to have. The other thing was there was a lot of residents, especially in the older portion of Commerce City, that chose to not have a provider in their backyards filled up with trash. And we're talking dump truckloads of trash. At that time, I worked for the Public Works Department. We'd have to go in and clean up these properties, and they were literally dump truckloads of trash. So it made our community much cleaner. I don't have a preference on which company. I mean, we of course would want to go out to bid and get the best company. But that's when we go to charge the residents, they're going to see it as an additional tax. And I think that is going to be a negative impact from the perspective of the residents. It's just my take. I would prefer to negotiate the best deal we can. And now that we're where we're at with recycling, 90% of the recycling goes into the landfill anyway. It's not separated. It's not being shipped to China. It's not being processed. You can go past Waste Management today, and they have bales and bales and bales of it because the standard has went to a different level to be able to ship recyclables overseas. So there's not anybody taking it. So we're landfilling it anyway. And I think it's a way that these refuge collections make extra money because we opt into a program for recycling when I'd like to know what the actual percentage of that effort is. Because I just don't think our residents are getting their money's worth when it comes to the recycling side of it. That's my take. I would really like to hear from Councilmember Teeter because he actually used to work for one of the providers and maybe has a little different insight than what I just gave, but I wanted you to have the historical background of it. It was to de-Bruce, and it did save this city a lot of money and still does today.
Councilmember Teeter? I'm sorry, Dukes, sorry.
So thank you. I'm okay with the amendment. I think it makes sense to have one more year, and as you look at the numbers, that'll be great, more information, but I think it makes sense to have one more year so we can have some deeper discussions. And I guess to put it to the council to maybe we need to have a larger discussion about what it looks like, what are different models for charging versus not charging. Because at this rate, as the city is growing, we're at 3.6 now, which my understanding, this was approved, the scale, right, in the contract, it was approved from 1.1 million up to 3,000 part of the approval, right? Because, and in my understanding is that this was the lowest of the bid, right?
I can't speak to that factually, but maybe Jay, you did that history.
It was our lowest bidder, yes. We received 3 respondents.
Yeah, so I guess my request for the council is at some point, we got to sit down and talk through on the tails of economic development and a 5-year strategy. What's our strategy with trash and recycling? I hear what you're saying around this, like, but we have to have a plan because at this rate, our expenses are gonna outweigh our income. So good think about that.
Councilman Peter?
Yeah, Sean's right on the recycle thing. It's even 20 years ago, it was waste management back then. They was losing money on the recycle part of it. Basically, they did it just to make the environmentalists feel good. But the other part of that story is that Commerce City 20 years ago was in a big cleanup program. I think we're in a cleanup program now. It was bigger back then. And that was part of the deal on cleaning up Commerce City was free trash pickup. And that really hasn't went away, in my opinion. And I believe the only other city doing it at the time was Denver. They had free trash pickup, and I don't think anybody else did that I know of.
Yeah, Fort Collins just most recently did the switch about a year and a half ago. And like I said, Denver was most recently the same in the last 12 to 18 months.
I do know that our city, the way it's set up is it's a big benefit having one trash company come once a week and putting standards on the trash companies to where you gotta have, your trucks have to be this new and they have to be clean. And, you know, we have some pretty good standards that we set down. And you go to these other cities and like Sean says, it's, you know, every day of the week, you got trash trucks rolling up and down the roads and tearing them up and there's no standards on there. There's belching smoke and they stink. And so we do have a good system right now. But, it is expensive and it's getting higher the price of fuel goes, higher the price of trash goes.
And my Fort Collins resident just clarified for me that they've always paid. They've just gone from multiple providers to one provider.
You can opt out, but you gotta pay to opt out.
Well, I would say City of Arvada is also on the list of having a single stream source or one company come out. Brighton is considering it. It's gonna be on their agenda pretty soon. It's like Arvada, the citizens were fighting it because they want to have their independent trash trucks come.
Single hauler.
Single hauler. And so they're considering single hauler, thank you. And which would help with roads because you know, on Monday, instead of having just one truck come down the street, you're gonna have several, 5 to 6. It all depends on who you provide. Well, I was here for that contract. And actually twice because the waste management before that, and then it was Republic. The time we had that contract, RFP was put out. It was for not only for trash and recycle, but for organic waste. And only one company filled the application out completely. The other 2 didn't. The only reason why I know that is because when the bid was refilled, because it was a closed bid, it showed only one company had fulfilled the complete application where the other 2 did. So, and then you couldn't take it back out because we all just saw just what the bid was. So it's hard to take it back out in the street. And so we had a conversation, I think went to executive session, but choosing Republic because they were the lowest. And, you know, if our residents were to get their own services, it would not be $16, it'd be more like $33 a month. It actually would double because you are looking at quantity, and when trash truck companies come out with a single hauler, they were only gonna be picking up 15% or 10% or 5%, they're gonna charge $33. And I believe, for me, I would rather see the free trash continue because we've asked our citizens back in 2013 to approve 1% sales tax that goes into perpetuity. So, and that money goes right back into the community. It doesn't go out anywhere else. So I think that should be a consideration that we are providing something no other city does. And we are lucky because no other city has been successful with putting a increase and without a sunset. So I would like for RP to go through for January. I know it's a short period of time. But if this RP does go out, it needs to be with all three: trash, recycle, and organic. And organic, maybe that's where you could charge. So that being free, because that's going to a different source. I don't pick up my grass. It always gets cut by mulching. A lot of people mulch your grass, but you have clippings. A lot of people also like organic. That's what Denver did. Denver has these purple trash cans where the organic goes in. It's a separate program. Yes.
May I offer, Mayor, obviously, what we can do is bring you back a couple of different options, right? As far as the RFP that goes out, as stated within the presentation, right? We can have one that has a component where it's a hybrid feature, right? We pay for everything, and organics, refuse, recycling, or they pay for organics, refuse, they pay for organics. We pay for the other two aspects. So that way you can see what the whole RFP is going to be, because obviously at the end of the day, council's gonna have to, weigh in from a policy guidance and leadership perspective and ultimately have the final decision making on this, given just the significance across the entire city. So I would prefer to bring that back to you all to debate, to discuss the actual particular details that we're putting out and seeing who's actually going to submit.
Councilman Jim.
Before I forget about this, in the US mail, when the contractors bid the route, the fuel price changes. I mean, they bid it a set amount at the start of their contract, and it might be a 3-year contract, but the fuel amount, I mean, if it skyrockets for some reason, then they adjust for that. There's a way to put that into the contract. In other words, they wouldn't have to bid it planning on the fuel skyrocketing. And then in the event the scoop fuel would go down in a couple of years when we get a different president, then you can adjust it again, back and forth. But I'm thinking that we need to look at that if we're looking at combustible engines, to have an adjustable fuel rate if it changes. And that way they won't have to automatically assume that it's gonna be twice as much and bid accordingly. That's all I got.
That's my dues.
Just thinking through this, like, going back to one of the points around, I would prefer free trash and free recycling. I think RFP, we can talk about that. But do we want to have a larger discussion around how do we recoup those dollars? Not charging the residents, but like, do we have a strategy, short-term and long-term, around, it's gonna be 6 million at some point, dollars in our funds that we're gonna be providing. I mean, it's gonna get pretty big with the development. So I would love to talk through with the council is like, how do we start having that discussion now while the RFP, but also really being thoughtful around 3 or 4 years out?
Proactively, we haven't looked at a long-term financial projection. As to that, I think it's a worthwhile discussion that needs to be had so that you all are informed and learn as much as possible as it relates to the impact of the budget going forward for any length of term of any contract going forward. It's gonna be more than likely 5 years. That's been the standard practice. So for the next 5 years, what is that going to look like on the budget impact and the potential, I won't call it pitfalls, but the things that we will have to navigate as those needs grow, other needs throughout the city will grow, and it's just case as a city that continues to grow, right? And then we're more willing to provide that information for you all. I guess the timing of that conversation is really dependent upon when you all want to have that, at time of RFP, at time of contract, at time, throughout that entire process, at time of budget. That will help me and my team then go back to the whiteboard to be able to reverse engineer to getting you all that information as you all deem it appropriate.
And I see a lot of head nods. Is that something we got as another study session in the near future? Like, as I see head nods, like that might be helpful to look at, well, projections.
Financially, when these bonds are paid down too, that's gonna help us as well.
Okay. So it'll be a great
that's
discussion, all of it.
combination with the financing, that's a conversation we could have towards budget.
Okay. So make sure we add it in our budget discussion. That's my report.
Yeah, I am for moving forward with the amendment just because I remember transitioning in a short term between two different providers. And it created a ton of problems for residents. People weren't getting their trash picked up, or their trash, they thought it was one day, it's picked up on another day, everybody's cans are sitting out. They're getting fines from their HOA. It turned into a real mess. I'd rather have a plan of transitioning than to say, done with this, now the new guy start over and then not have that transition and have those frustrations, because the impact is going to be on your department. And it's going to be significant if it's not handled in the right manner for the transition. That's the only reason I'm supportive of the amendment.
Representative Chacon?
My biggest thing is to not raise any type of rates on community that can't afford it as it is, but still eventually open it to organic or compost. Compost, sorry, forgive me. I'm okay with the amendment, but I would like to see if we can have further study session, honestly, one, so I could just learn more in the space too. So I'd like to have more education on it personally.
Councilman Kim, how do you feel about?
I agree. I think more education is required in the amendment. Also, obviously with communities, to incorporate the compost.
Yeah, I can't say the right thing.
Right. Compost suggestion I think would be ideal as well, but as long as that we do not, if they're basically figure out a way to mitigate the need to not need to charge them, right? Just let it not being charged more.
So Ford?
Yeah, just one more thing. Talking about the compost, my son-in-law does landscaping, mowing and maintenance of people's yards, like up in Golden. He brings all of his compost down because the cost for him to take his compost to A1 Organics, which is also in Commerce City, is like $10 for a truckload versus trying to take it to a landfill for $100 and some a truckload. And since they're in our community, I'd like to understand what some of those costs would be if we utilize local businesses. A1 Organics is a huge benefit to have here if we're utilizing them for compost and things of that nature. But when you do come back, I would like to see line items on the different streams. So recycling, refuge collection, and compost, so that we have the numbers to be able to say, if we do this, it's this, if we add this, it's this, and we understand what we are getting ourselves into instead of just buckets of the three. That's all I have.
And then I want to add to, what part of this contract I don't like, which I did with the first contract, which is people have large items, they would just call, have it picked up instead of this schedule of communities. It really throws things off because people they have good intent, good intent to put their products out, but then they see the schedule, it bypasses, so they gotta wait till next year. So that has to be a better process. Because it kind of minimized, so I would like that bid goes out to have it where it was 8 years ago with that provider, because it was better for our city. And then with the green dump, I know it goes to organic. And, before we had it, they were out in the field here when they dumped the trees and everything. And I know they want organic, made a lot easier. When I've been over there, A1 Organic, it's first get out, if you're the first one out there, you're great. But if you go out there later, it is so hard to take a vehicle through there. You got mounds here. It's just, that has to be a better system. And it could be incorporated where there's a site here in the city where people can dump their products in a safe space and also organic, I think that would be great. All right, well, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, up next, council voting history on the city website update. Right, city clerk, Dylan, who's that? Thank you. You do.
I think we have a change of plan, Mayor.
Oh, okay, we're gonna apply C3 update?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My apologies.
Oh.
Down at the bottom. Go ahead, page number 4.
You sure can.
Are we ready? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Tonight we are going to present for you all an update on the My C3 program. Myself and Public Works Deputy Director Jeff Bowman are here to give you the updates. So the last update we had on My C3 was in December of 2022. During that study session, we shared with you how the program was changing, what we were going to do, the different incentives that we were going to present and implement. So here we are tonight. And just as a reminder, the My C3 program is a comprehensive program that aims to improve the image and perception of the city. My C3 is focused on my city, my neighborhood, and my home. The goals of the My C3 program are beautification, motivation, and education. So tonight, we would like to showcase the highlights and accomplishments of 2023, share what we are doing this year, and then get your thoughts on some future plans and initiatives that we have. Make sure that they still align with what you all have, and then get your feedback on anything else that you want to add to the program.
So, thank you, Tricia. So, we'll start with 2023 and the role that parks operations and streets did as far as right-of-way mowing, and open space maintenance. I think admittedly, we were a little bit slow getting kicked off, not as quickly as we had hoped to. The streets or the parks operations jumped into both feet. They were more organized. They were much more able to address some of the challenges that they had, reseeding in Second Creek open space and some of those areas. One of the highlights, I think, is the tool trailer that is actually two tool trailers, I can say that. And we actually had 13 rentals last year, and which is actually a pretty good number for just being able to just get this started and rolled out. One of the areas that was a little more problematic in '23, but I think we worked our way through that and have a much clearer direction this year. And that is on our right-of-way mowing and some of the weed mitigation. It's been a challenge in a lot of the areas. We actually went through a series of 3 contractors trying to get a good contractor that was going to do the work that would help us along with the internal group. So we purchased vehicles that we needed. We added 2 park technicians. We added a park supervisor, and we were able to get Ventrac, some mowing equipment, and bought a tremendous amount of seed. So that was 2023. And yeah, I think we'll go from there.
In 2023, we did a lot of education and outreach. We started with our snow guardians. We were able to serve 48 residents or 48 properties to remove snow and ice from sidewalks. One of the things that you may have noticed on undeveloped lots for weeds, we've now started posting those signs. It's hard to post a building to see that enforcement has happened. So we've started to put signs down on the property so that people can see there's active enforcement going on. One of the big things that we did too is we created a community response team. The community response team is comprised of several different departments and divisions within the city that go out together as a group to collectively address issues and concerns that have to deal with a lot of, so public works, police department, community well-being, code enforcement. So we can all be there at the same time to address whatever the violation, whatever the concern might be. Together, we also learn from each other so that when we're out individually, we know what to look for and how to better support the departments and enforcement. We do have the Working Hard in the Yard. One of the things that program does, it connects the code enforcement folks with the neighbors in their areas. So oftentimes, as you are aware, the code enforcement always see in a negative light because they're coming to enforce on something that is not right on your property. This gives them an opportunity to engage with residents in their area in a positive way, to acknowledge what they're doing in their yard. This started from a resident that we are aware of that would go and clean the alleyways on his own. And that idea sparked, how can we recognize more residents that are doing things like that, that are going above and beyond? We have the shopping cart ordinance that was approved in July of 2023. All businesses that offer carts are in compliance. I think that and hopefully you guys have noticed, there's not as significant as a problem with shopping carts. So we think that that's pretty good. Short-term rental is also coming for council consideration soon. And you guys hopefully remember, you just had the wayfinding study project, and that will be coming. The first phase of that will be coming for your approval here soon as well. We did engage more with our commercial properties. I know that was one of the biggest concerns, was how do we engage our commercial property owners? So we did start a knock and talk program where we go and we are engaging with those owners, our business owners, to be better neighbors, to keep their properties up in a way that is appealing to the neighborhood. 2024 updates.
All right. So we were granted quite a bit of money to be able to work with contractors and to do some of our maintenance on right-of-ways. This year, we spent $55,000 year-to-date of the $320,000 that's allotted for our right-of-way, primarily our non-irrigated right-of-way maintenance. What we're doing is we've shifted some of that internal work, tried to carry more of that. We've moved some personnel, moved equipment around, and tried to be more
be more responsive on our own and then use the contractors when we've got high wind events, we've got more trash, or all of a sudden we've got like recently where we've gotten more rain and then, the weeds are blowing up everywhere. We have a 3-week rotation program right now where we're moving through our right-of-way areas. And so that's sort of the maintenance on the right-of-ways. We have a right-of-way map, a duty to maintain map that actually started in Trisha's area. We've been working with GIS and it hones in on each specific area. So when we get a complaint, we can look at that. Is it ours? Is it Adams County's? Is it CDOT's? Or is it a private homeowner? And so that's helped us be more refined in when we do make, when we are doing the mowing and being proactive on those. Vehicles, of course, are still very slow. We are close to getting the hybrid truck for one of the supervisors that was ordered in 22. The tool trailer, and I want to come back to that because we had 3 rentals all of last year, and we actually, that number on this one is wrong. We have 28 reservations right now rather than 12. So we've more than doubled our tool trailer events. So we're putting it out there. We're getting it to as many of the city events that we can, staffing it, communications is giving out swag, which always helps. But we have, our staff stays till 6 o'clock now. We've had trouble, as we roll this out, a new program, are we doing the right job? Are we meeting the citizens' needs? And we're trying to adapt to what they need. So there's some of the events that we showcased at that. I want to go to the Hot Shot crew because they did touch on that for 23, but we do have, we were budgeted for 2 folks for the Hot Shot crew. That is significantly understaffed. We have 4 people dedicated. You'll see that in the week in review. We have a separate page just for that shows we have normal routes that we meet. And then we also have additional routes that come in on C-Click Fix events or notifications. And I did check, we have a 30-yard roll-off or 30-yard roll-offs in our yard. That's primarily filled from trash that we pick up in the yard and we bring it in there. And year to date, we've had that dumped 89 times. So we are picking up a tremendous amount of trash. We recycle over 100 tires a month, some months as many as 300. So it's just, we're getting the trash off. We still get it, obviously, but we're trying to be proactive. We know where the hot spots are, Ivy and 48 and some of those, and working with Tricia and her team, trying to find ways to be engaging with the neighbors there. And then the right-of-way mowing map is something that will be the map that's on the website. We're changing that right now. It will be a more interactive map where you'll see each week and where they'll actually be mowing. So that's current. That will be current. Don't click on that until next week, please. So in full transparency. And yeah, I think that's it.
So with our outreach and education events that we have done under the MyC3 program, there are, again, some of the programs that we had in 2023 obviously carried over into this year. Some of the new things that we did this year that we did not do in the past, we had the residential expo that we recently held, which was the first event, pretty successful event, I think, for the first event. That was over at the rec center at Eagle Point. We are going to have the, this year we're going to do in coordination with our Good Neighbor Day that, again, we've been doing that for a couple of years. This year we're adding on to that and we're going to do the Commerce City Clean, where we're engaging with business owners and staff to help do pickups. One of the other things that we're doing that's new this year is the residential yard of the month. We touched on this, I believe, last month. We've had our first 4 properties that were acknowledged. It was a wonderful thing. It was so much fun to go out and present these people with their awards. Several of them cried. It was so fun. We already have our nominations for this month have increased, so the word's getting out, so that's exciting too. So we'll be presenting July's Yard of the Month the week after the 4th. So we have that going on. I think the other ones that we've already touched on. Continuing with our updates, we have a Good Neighbor Guide that will be coming out the end of June. We will have that draft ready. That's for all of the new neighbors, business owners that come into the city to help them to acclimate themselves with what is expected of them, being property owners. It will give them resources to different numbers, places to call, who to call and when. We do have a compliance achievement notice that is new this year as well. For residents that get a notice of violation, they receive a notice, they have to come into compliance. Oftentimes what happens though is they would come into compliance and then nothing else would be said. So we wanted to acknowledge the fact that while there was a violation and we had to bring it to their attention, we wanted to thank them then for actually bringing their property into compliance, getting rid of that violation and acknowledging that. So we now send out a letter afterwards as to that effect as well. We've updated our oversized vehicle application, something that has not been done in a number of years. That also lends to hopefully bringing the oversized vehicle that is parked on the property into more compliance. We have a checklist now that we have to go through to make sure that the oversized vehicle does not stand out and does not disrupt the neighborhood aesthetics. Business license and renewal and inspection, we are working on that. Again, it's to hold our businesses more accountable. The initiated abatements. I just want to touch on that one real quick. One of the things that the city is doing now that we have not done in the past is when we go out and issue a notice of violation, if that property owner did not come into compliance, the inspectors were stuck in this never-ending loop of enforcement. So we decided to break that. And if we go out and depending on what the violation count is, they may receive 1 or 2 notices. If they do not bring their properties into compliance, then we send a notice to abate. We have an abatement hearing where that property owner is notified that if this property is not brought into compliance within 21 days, then we will request that they come in and they will be heard by the hearing officer. We have found great success in this. Most of the time, the properties do end up coming into compliance. It helps with work efficiency and so that the inspectors have more time to continue their proactive enforcement. On the horizon. Who's that? Isn't that the best picture ever though?
I know him.
Yes. So these are some of the things that we're thinking about moving forward in 2025 and beyond. So some of the things that are on here, you may look at that and, oh, I don't understand it. If you have questions on that, please let me know. If this aligns with what you all's vision is for the MyC3 program, I think that, that would be helpful to get that feedback. If there's other things that you guys were thinking of that you would like to include, I would love that feedback as well so that we can begin to incorporate that.
I know that Groundworks Denver is gonna be doing tree planting and they're looking for volunteers for all over. And then for the next year, Adams County Health is gonna be doing water filters and just handing out to as many community members.
Water filters?
Oh, okay. Completely free, all to community to just give to. So maybe partnering with a couple of orgs that are kind of in and around doing that work. They need volunteers and then it's a good way to also get the program.
And don't take me not writing down as I'm not listening. I like to rewatch them and it's a much easier way for me to recap.
I can give you that contact info too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Great presentation. 2 things. Number 1, I think under future initiatives, and maybe you have it listed somewhere in there that I'm not seeing it. We thought about maybe just having like a community cleanup day. such as places like around Derby, DuPont, Irondale area, just those areas that are out there that, you know, are definitely out of whack that's owned by the city because of one reason or another, right? We either see boats, we see tires, we see, you know, whatever the case may be that's out there in the areas. And then maybe just focus in on sections, whether it's, you know, we start somewhere in the south, in quadrant areas before we move up to the north to make work in those areas too. I think that'd be something I would love to see in the future. Regarding the abatement hearings, right? So the abatement hearings that you're having, are you guys taking that case by case? Because just hear me out. What I'm wondering about is more so the fact that, you know, let's say if someone has a property that is not up to code, right? They're not following that. But do we know that maybe that individual might be going through a hardship or there might be some medical issues? I mean, I know there for a fact there is someone in the north that needed some assistance, you know, mowing their lawn or whatever the case is because they didn't receive a violation. I think they got a warning or something. But they just had surgery, right? And it's an older lady. So are you guys taking that into consideration in those abatements?
Yes. So to your first point for the cleanup, that's our Commerce City Clean that will be tying in with our Good Neighbor Day at the end of September. So that should hopefully address some of the areas that you were speaking of. For the abatements, yes, it is case by case. The abatements typically only happen when there is no communication and there is no sign of compliance. If we have a phone call, typically if somebody like that it gets a violation and they can't comply, 9 times out of 10, they call us. We try to engage with them. When they go and issue the notice of violation, they knock on the door to see if somebody is home. So they try to make that connection with folks as well.
I also wonder then, I guess, with regards to those issues in communication, maybe that's another aspect of this by C3 where you have those folks, I think similar to your snow guardians, right, to come out and help with those aspects. Help them get them into compliance if they need it. Just a thought.
We hope to
Grass
grow,
guardians.
yes,
There it is.
yes,
Thank you.
yes, you're welcome.
I missed that part.
All right, Councilman report.
Yeah, I want to start off by saying thank you for starting the Yard of the Month program. I think that really leans a lot into building pride into our community. Other people seeing these people get awards and wanting to spruce up their yard and have the opportunity. It really starts a positive cycle on, hey, let's try to keep our yards nice. The 93 or 83, whatever you said, roll-offs is concerning. We just had a discussion about trash. And if we didn't have city provided trash, how many of those roll-offs might you have went through? I go up and, 48th, 49th and Ivy, that area, the boats, the tires, the trash, has been ridiculous. So I'm trying to keep an eye on some of this in the south and making sure that we try to keep some of that in compliance. But back at this outrageous number of roll-offs, I think we have to look at the large item piece that the mayor mentioned earlier. Because if you call and you're put on a waiting list and you have a large item, everybody wants instantaneous gratification. And they're just throwing it off the side of the dang road. And unfortunately, we have lost that sense of community pride where you used to be afraid you were going to get a ticket for littering. I personally would like to see us expand the fine for littering and actively pursue setting an example of what happens when you litter and catching some of these people to start to detour it from happening. Because it doesn't matter what road you go down, there's a TV or there's a couch and after being in public works for 10 years and seeing that you have to have 4 people
driving around every single day to pick up stuff that people are throwing out of their vehicle is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion. You know, growing up here, knowing what it was like and considering going to a paid trash program, we have to make sure we have large item pickup and it needs to be quick. And we need to make sure we start addressing the issue, and that is finding these people if they're littering. If someone drives down the road and throws something out the window and the guy behind them sees it and turns them in, we need to try to get them to realize that's not okay. Because the one thing our community needs is to build up some pride and clean it up. You guys are doing a great job, so don't take this that I'm coming at you. I'm just saying the stuff you're doing is great, but if we're at that many roll-offs a year, that's like one roll-off every 3 days. That's absolutely ridiculous. I'd like to know what some of these other cities are experiencing when it comes to how much they're having to pick up on the sides of the roads, because I never would have imagined a roll-off every 3 days. So keep doing what you're doing, but also come up with some ideas on how we can incentivize you see somebody littering, turn them in program, raise the fines for littering, you know, some kind of proactive, let's try to clean up our community because that's not okay. So that's what thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
You know, I'm talking about what Sean was just talking about. The fines cannot be the same as what it would cost you to haul that item to the dump. It needs to be probably 10 times more.
$20,000 if you get caught throwing a
Sounds
dump.
good to me. Make it to where you damn sure don't want to get caught doing it, you know. How would a guy go about finding out on that C3 program? I get a lot of residents calling me, well, like today, they got a motorhome parked in front of their house. What is our code saying? How would I go about looking that up? Is that dealing with this, what we're talking about now, or was that the last session?
So it depends on if a motorhome is parked on private property or on the street. If it's on the street, it's all PD. If it's on private property, it's code enforcement.
Okay. And now, how would is there a spot where I can go to as a citizen or a city councilman and just look that up on C3?
So are you talking about initiating a complaint or a concern about the RV
Yes.
or?
Or first seeing what our
So you
code
can
says.
reach out to me and I can definitely let you know what the code commission
But
says.
I don't want to call you 5 times a day. I would like to be able to look it up.
If you're a resident and you're looking to determine whether or not there is a code infraction or not for one of our top 10 issues, I believe we've been exploring how to be able to diversify that on Access C3, kind of talking about, I think there's a violation, let me go fill it out, because it will spell out to you, is it within the public right of way? Is it within the private property? And if so, it then asks for you to identify those locations. I think more broadly, there's ways of being able to have that on our website, particularly under the MyC3 page, so that we can communicate that as a facts to know.
Anyway, back to what Sean was talking about also on this cleaning up the yards and stuff. That is just great. It's a great program, and it's great to go back to the people and tell them they're doing a good job. And especially on the ones that are sick and not able to get out and do their jobs and you know, a lot of times it's just a matter of letting a neighbor know that they got problems and the neighbor will take care of it. But it's, anyway, thanks. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. You're doing a great job as well. Just echo what everyone's saying. I want to can I add a couple of items for future initiatives? And I think one is, and I said this before, I love our town hall meetings to move towards like community engagement, neighborhood pickups, and then have a discussion. And so I don't like the idea of having town halls and we sit up there and just you know, it's more, let's roll our sleeves up, to work with the community to pick something up as a project and then have honest conversations with them versus a a different way of doing that. The other thing I would recommend, if possible, I love the yard of the month. And I would honestly recommend if we can expand it in the paper a little bit more and expand it by showing the areas of the city, these yards are at, and not specific like their house, but like a lot of residents I talk to don't know about the different neighborhoods. And so having a star and like, okay, this is where this neighborhood is at. And even maybe a write-up around the history of it or something like it, as much as you can do, but it'd be great to expand the pride, but also let folks know from both sides of the city, like, this is your whole city, so they're more aware, education piece of it. The other thing is, this isn't, I hope it's not that I got you, but the Derby bricks, and I know the pay program, and I know we talked about bricks, and I hope that's a part of these conversations, because I think the cleanup is amazing over there, but even when you walk, you still see the missing bricks, and that's like just an eyesore.
It's part of the URA projects that'll come before you all here in the next month or two.
Okay, and so it's not a part of this, but it's a part of something that you see often. And it just represents like, this is the heart of the city, so we want to make sure that that's taken care of. The last is same thing with promoting the businesses of the month. If you can do stars or highlight where these businesses are at, it helps create awareness in our communications, whether it's social media or in the paper, like, so people know where these businesses are at for good businesses. It'll be great awareness. Again, a lot of folks in the northern range don't drive down to the other parts of the city and they don't know where restaurants are at. So it'll be great to create that awareness. And you answered my question. I know talk a lot of residents who are seniors and they have weeds and they don't know where to get started. But it sounds like it's through the MyC3, or like if I have a resident senior, weeds are up to the fence and they want to get help, do I refer them to you all to like say, hey, someone will come out, or do they need someone to actually use the tools to actually, clean up their weeds in their backyards?
So right now, this program is not funded or in effect yet, but we
Okay.
do have, through our community well-being, they have the senior and family navigators that will go and support those people that can't do it for whatever reason. And so one of their goals is to then match them with services to help get them what they need.
Okay, thank you. And last is just, I like the alley restoration idea. I hear a lot from just businesses around things happen in alleys. And so I appreciate that being there. And also dovetail into like the unhoused community and think about around we're building a new hotel, right? And right next to the Greyhound, and you have multiple encampments. And I know maybe in code enforcement, or is it community C3 cleanup, or is it?
It's our community response team, which is a combination of code enforcement, public works, PD, city manager's office.
Okay.
Also a number of different contractors that we bring in to help provide support depending on the severity of that. And the one that you may mention of is obviously one well known to us that our community response team, has gone out every other day.
Yeah.
To try to continue to keep moving and addressing that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. And it just adds to the beautification, because we come into the city, we have this beautiful hotel, and you see we need support to help them figure out where they can go and whatnot, if that's possible. So that's all I have.
Careful, Tim.
Thank you. This is some heavy lifting. Wow, you have a lot of programs that you're operating in, a lot of future initiatives. So thank you so much for all you've done. I think when we put this program in place, I think it was 2020, 2021. This is really what was envisioned at the time. I would say one other key aspect would be the cities. I realize the city's doing it, but the city's responsibility for its own properties and how they look in the community as well, so that we're setting the right kind of example. I believe that someone must have contacted CDOT about 104th because it suddenly looks a lot better. So I hope.
I think that's right here.
It's a
we looked at that and there are jurisdictional right of ways that we're able to do that. And so we did do that cleanup ourselves.
Okay,
We're not
that's
gonna wait on
good.
anyone. It's
Because
our
people
property.
don't know it's CDOT. They think it's us.
Correct. And it wasn't that big of an investment. We do have ownership on those roads, the CDOT roads that come through within, and I've shared some of that, I think, in the past. There is a 2013 Colorado Revised Statute that does talk about curb to curb responsibility in cities. It's not very well defined, but I think we took that and ran with it just to get that cleaned up. That was a mess, so.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. Also, the weed violation signs, I really do appreciate that because I know that it doesn't need reported. Or if a resident has contacted me about it, I know that there's a sign there. But it does remind me of 112th and Chambers. I haven't seen a weed violation sign there. And I reported that on June 6th, that it's still the same weeds on that property on the southeast corner.
I'll follow up on that, because I know that we have a case for that area right there, so.
But if you could put up a weed violation sign.
Yes. On
then-
probably both sides.
Right, then the residents would know that it's being, the city is monitoring it, they're working on it. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Also, I don't think, CBDG, do you work with CBDG?
Yes.
Okay, good, because their products, you all can join up on it. The Home Resource Expo was a lovely idea, except we need coordination. That fell 2 weeks before the Senior Resource Fair, and it cannibalized the Senior Resource Fair. Exhibitors canceled because they were doing the Home Resource Fair. And people need to think that through. It also became quite evident to the seniors who volunteered and put on that Senior Resource Fair for the 3rd year now, is that they do it as volunteers, but the Home Resource Expo was accomplished by paid staff. So the contrast of, the seniors wondering about getting help for their fair, to put their fair on, and then this Home Resource Expo that fell 2 weeks before. Many of the same services are offered. So I think the Senior Commission is looking at when they want to do it, if they want to change for another time, but I think we need to all check calendars and make sure that these things don't happen again.
Okay, that's good to know.
And then my final thing is on signs in the right of way. And this is just my, it's a big deal to me because I hate inequity and I hate unfairness. And it jumped out at me again a couple of weeks ago when all of the garage sales were going on and all the realtor signs came up with the garage sale on them, and they were in every right of way on Friday. The garage sale weekend is fun. Everybody looks forward to it. They want to know what it is. I have no issue with the signs, but my point is that if we're not applying these rules equally, then we're not applying them fairly. And if we're taking the signs down for a political campaign in a right of way, then we should take the signs down for garage sales. My opinion is we shouldn't take signs down for any of them. Don't take the signs down. These are part of the community. And if we need to change the sign law in some way, I would really like to be able to revisit that because we're not applying the rule equally at this time.
Yeah, I'll speak on behalf of staff. The enforcement of that has been troublesome at best because as we collect those signs and are probably numbers that Tricia and her team have as it relates to collection, they ultimately go back up. We have a new sign code for the first time that we have an ability to enforce. Our old sign code, prior to the adoption of it last year, we didn't have the ability to enforce full in effect. There were limitations at the time when working with the predecessor around Arizona, Gilbert v. Bay, I believe, around the sign code there from the Supreme Court case that stated how you had to treat certain enforcement of signs and the type of signage that's allowed within your city. So, unfortunately, at that time, we had a sign code that was adopted from 2010 that was the bulk. We couldn't enforce it. So that's why we saw a lot of the activity within those rights of ways that when coming into now and what we have in our land development code, we've been enforcing, we've been taking down, but we're not grabbing everything because we can't be everywhere. Now, that being said, that's in our sign code today that says no signage is allowed within the city's right of way, whether it's in the median or whether it's within the tree line from the curb to the sidewalk, right? That little green strip. Council could take action in wanting to revise that to allow that to be, but that would have to be equitably done because of the Reed versus Gilbert Supreme Court case. So if you're gonna allow election signs or garage signs or real estate signs, you have to allow all of them. You just can't allow one of them. And that's one of the guiding aspects. But right now, we have a code that doesn't allow any of them. And we're trying to enforce that. But like I said, there's a number of signs that I can see that come down on a Friday because I've driven 96, I've driven 104. And even myself, I wanted to pull over to the side of the street and pull them out. But knowing that the day before they've been pulled out, they're back up again, or I'm seeing people out there at 6 a.m. putting them back up. So it's an ever occurring issue. Code enforcement has talked to the different sign companies that work with the real estate companies. I don't think we've reached out to those who are seeking election. And obviously we've not talked to those who are doing the garage sales, but that is a troublesome issue that we're not going to see any change because that has been an easy way for people to be able to market their new homes, the garage sales, and or themselves, rightly or wrongfully, because those signs are inexpensive, easily replaceable, and we don't have a fine system that really latches itself to those individuals.
Yeah, and I fully understand the Supreme Court decision that led to the sign regulation. And I understand that there has to be an equitable application of it. I'm merely suggesting that there is an inequitable application of penalties and removing signs, and that's what I would like to see ended. Or we change the sign language and allow everyone to do it. But it's not fair to people who might put up their sign for something to see their sign disappear, and then someone else has their signs up and nothing happens to them. It's very unevenly enforced. It's not happening well.
My recommendation would then be to change the land development code then.
Your recommendation is what?
I would be to change the land development code. Like I said, we do our best to collect, and that will always continue to be the case, but we're not gonna get everywhere to get all the signs. It is going to create the perception of that inequity. If we want to take that away, we want to give people an equitable application. It's me working with the Community Development Department and the City Attorney's Office to take your direction on changing the land development code. And if that's the case, that would be my recommendation to you.
Okay, I'll pursue that, but I won't take up any more time on that right now.
Councilmember Douglas?
I just wanted to piggyback on what Mayor Pro Tem said about the signs, because there are people who do follow the rules and they don't put them out knowing that it's in violation, so they never do it. But then they see people breaking the code, and that is really disheartening. Yeah.
Okay, now, before I go on, it's, that clock's wrong. It's, 9:04. And I know everybody wants to get out of here at 9:30, but we have 3 more items. So please allow those 3 items to go through if we have more discussion. Are we okay with that? Are we okay with that? Yeah, appreciate that. All right, Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, just really quick, when it comes to your community, neighborhood, the Good Yard program, I don't know what you call it. I actually think it would be great if we could expand that and get some of the other entities involved and supportive of it. And I'd love to see there be an opportunity for the winners to get something. Get the water district involved, get the fire district involved, and make it a big deal. I really think that's important. The reason I wanted to speak again is because we talked about abatements. And when we talk about abatements, are you training the employees properly when they have to abate a piece of property? One of my first jobs, I was on an abatement back in the early 90s as an employee. And we found 100 pounds of mercury switches in a person's yard in boxes. They all went to the landfill, and mercury is not something you want to go to the landfill, or you want to go to anywhere else, or you want people handling it without having proper training. So at least making sure our employees can identify something that is hazardous and stop before anybody gets affected, or if some of these mercury switches were to bust and the impact that it has, where they broke and where that mercury is going into the soils. So I don't know how you're training your employees, but I actually saw this happen for myself with the city, that we have proper training, especially, God knows who's storing what in their backyards, but the last thing I ever thought I would see is 100 pounds of mercury switches.
We do have a contractor that does the abatements. We don't personally handle anybody's items.
And we use.
And they are trained and are experts in that.
That's all I have, Mayor.
I'll be really fast. Is there any way that we could follow up to where people can put signs? Honestly, what are the places, what are green lights? Just so community knows, so we can, one, before we actually change it or put any kind of amendments, but so people can actually do something now. It's still garage sale season.
Yeah, what we've tried to do in this period of time is that when we do know who has been in or out of compliance, we do try to engage, and Tricia and her team do a very good job of trying to educate. Hey, where you have your sign now, no. If you put it in your front yard 5 feet from here, yes. Or working with the sign companies and engaging with them, particularly last summer where it was the first year that we were really having to enforce our land development code, trying to tell the sign companies, when you're putting these signs out, understand these will get picked up as soon as humanly possible and are in violation and will be cited as such. And here's what that means. Some, let's call it is, some listen to us, some tell us to go pound dirt. And it's those who tell us to go pound dirt are the ones where we run into habitually that continue to put these signs out. Like I said, on weekends, at nights, early mornings, and then we find driving by.
I don't know, maybe it may take fees or something to start being more accountable in that kind of.
We have abated signs before as well.
Yeah.
So, and that comes with a fine and they lose their signs and so we're trying.
I will tell you, I've gotten phone calls from people when we've abated their signs that have asked for leniency. I'm like, no, there's a reason why you are here and need to go through the process and need to come into compliance. So it's a troublesome issue.
I understand that. A couple other ones that I wanted to ask for clarification, not that you didn't have enough to do, so thank you for all that you do. Neighborhood gardens and art cleanup, things like that. Where I live, that whole space might be overgrown weeds. It would be a great space for a neighborhood garden. It already has its natural irrigation, things like that. So where instead of just looking at all plots as weeds we need to mow, and then more resources, a number of other things. How else can we use that where community would like to work with it? It's a beautification process, things like that. And then cleanups that are more often, to tell you the truth. I could see, are you okay? I could just see more people wanting to do it in a safer way along roadsides, but it's roadsides. We live in a transportation space. So how can we balance that? I don't want to say school districts because it's kids, but something else that's community based. And then one thing that I really appreciated from Councilmember Dukes was highlighting local businesses. I don't know if you guys heard about Chubby Fish in Thornton. They were one time on Instagram, now they're Instagram famous. That place is now booked all the time. Taco River just recently, I reminded somebody, they went to it in Westminster. There's one here in Commerce City. And they didn't know that. So it's kind of highlighting those on social media and then using that to our advantage to get the businesses out there too.
Okay.
That was it, sorry, I'm trying to go fast.
Councilmember Kim.
One thing I just want to say, a quick compliment to Ernesto Galvan. Long story short, Bell Creek area, 54 violations were noted with those signs. I don't care what signs they were sitting right on the street on the tree lawn area. 54 violations were noticed, plus an additional 34 that had voluntarily removed their sign. My point being is the fact that every time that I see signs out there, whether they're out on the right of way or whatever the case is, what I do personally is I will take both pictures of it. I will submit the C-Click Fix action to it and keep going. To code enforcement's point, you guys don't have enough people as it is. You can't be there, just like what Mr. Rogers said, you can't be there everywhere 100% of the time. So if we can all be eyes and ears for the staff, let's do that. That's just my opinion. But I will continue going down that path. So thank you, Ernesto, and the staff who actually assisted with that.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate that. This is great to hear now and into the future. I would like to add Russian thistles to the wanted map, you know. And it's something that needs to be taken care of quickly. You know, when it happens, just sort of let them grow until they get the little purple flower. That's when seeding starts to happen. And then
They're
I
naturally
see
growing.
you guys just purchased
They're good
a
sometimes.
Ford F-150 hybrid truck. You guys
Order, right?
could start buying electric trucks now that we have the charging facilities at the Municipal Service Center and here at the city. Be great because I know the who's ever code enforcement, so it has to do reports. Great place to go and charge up while you're doing the reports. I know for what it provides and the way the system works, that would be great. And then the Commerce City Clean. They usually have the green pickup or drop off in March, and usually it's wet. It's just bad time to have it. Same thing in October. So we can help folks in March and April, and then in September and October. Those are the 4 months. Get started and we end where they really need the help. So I appreciate that. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks, sir.
No, you're up.
Yes, sir. I'll be quick.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. For those watching at home, if you don't know me, my name is Dylan Gibson. I'm the City Clerk of Commerce City. With me tonight is Travis Huntington, our Community Relations Manager. And we will be providing an update on the request that council had made a few months ago on getting council voting history up on the city's website. So on February 5th, council approved a motion to add voting history to the city's website. Along with that was the addition of adding all the various boards and commissions that you all serve on to each of your individual council members' pages. Travis's team was able to do that rather quickly. But this side of the motion has taken us the longest time to try and figure out. So we began researching what other municipalities have that have a similar feature on their website, not only in Colorado, but also across the United States. We reached out to cities that we saw in California, Texas, and New York that also have this feature, as well as cities here in Colorado, such as Northglenn and Aurora. What we found is all of those cities do not have use an out-of-the-box solution with whatever they use for their agenda management system or voting systems. Everything that they have is either created in-house or it's something that was part of another software program that just downloads a big Excel sheet, essentially. So basically what another city uses would not work for us because we have different requirements and softwares that other cities just don't have. So we began brainstorming, not only Travis's team, but also our IT department, my office, and then the city's Center for Innovation as well. So some of the considerations that we had to take in whenever we were exploring what we could do was we needed the ability to integrate into the city's website, both current and the one that Travis's team is getting ready to redesign, as well as it's got to meet the new Colorado accessibility requirements. So everything that we post publicly as a government entity has to be ADA compliant accessible. You also have to have it to where it's minimal manual data entry. And it has to use what we already have as well to integrate into our website and use with our agenda management solutions. So what CFI was able to put together was an in-house solution using Power BI. If you've seen Mr. Rogers' performance standards, it's going to be using the same software with the graphs and everything there. So what we're able to do is your Crestron panels at your voting seat or at your seats of the dice that you vote on, the yeses and nos. At the end of a meeting, it spits out a CSV file that we're able to manipulate, load it into Power BI. Power BI dresses it up, and then we're going to be able to export it to the city's website with a very short turnaround time. Some of the requirements moving forward is that we're going to need to make sure that all votes are using that Crestron system. So essentially a roll call for every motion. That way, at the end of the night, we can spit out everything from ordinances, resolutions, amendments, administrative business items, executive sessions, all of that. Anything that's on the agenda that we know about, we'll have to load into Crestron for you guys to hit yes or no at your seats. And then any expected motions, we're asking you all, if you know that you're going to make a motion ahead of time, please use Jason Rogers, Annette Peters, and the Access C3 app, where you enter your items for Annette to send to my office to load in. And then we're able to put those into the agenda and the Crestron panel, and then everything is right there, yes or no, for you throughout the meeting. And then at the end of the night, we're able to take that, put it into Power BI, and then by the next morning, all the residents will be able to see the summary of yeses and nos from the previous night's meeting. So now we're going to go through a quick little demo. These are some screenshots, but I'm actually going to pull up the portal here that the public will be able to see. So Power BI is able to, again, integrate directly into the city's website. And on the main page, it'll be just a big summary of council action, where we'll have all the meetings listed. We'll load in the titles the next day manually based on what was in the agenda or the title of the motion that you all made or the administrative business item. And then that CSV file that Crestron spits out will automatically load in the yeses and nos. And then from there, each summary of the night will be on the council voting dashboard. So everybody will be able to see what percentage of votes were yeses or nos on consent. Summary of votes cast, both with the majority and with the minority. Summary of votes cast, yes or no, or absent overall. A summary of resolutions passed, a summary of land use applications passed, and a summary of ordinances passed. These were some of the topics that we have had the most interest in. But if council has other metrics that you would like to see at a quick glance that you think the public would be interested in, let us know. And if we can integrate that into Power BI, we'd be happy to do so. If these aren't what you think is useful to your residents or the public or yourselves, then let us know and we'll figure out how we can get better metrics based on that Crestron output for you. And then each council member, so there'll be 9 different summaries. We did the mayor as an example before we came to you all to see if we need to build out 9 separate pages. So each council member will have their own individual page with their contact information for residents to be able to see very clearly. Also, when the council members turn in, and then a link to the agenda website so they can very quickly, if they want to go see the attachments or the exact ordinance or resolution or presentation, they can go to our Legistar webpage and look for the ordinances or by title on that website. You can sort by date, votes cast, yeses and nos, whether or not that item specifically passed or failed, and then whether or not that vote was with the majority or with the minority that voted that night. So this will be the basic layout that we'll have in the portal, along with the summary page that I just showed you, and then kind of the main Excel sheet is what it really is right there.
Unvoted mean abstain?
What was that?
Unvoted, does that mean abstain?
Typically that means if they were absent that night, that, because nothing was pressed on their panel, it would be unvoted rather than abstain. Because I think on your panel, you have a yes, a no, and an abstain. Yes, so if it's unvoted, that means you're absent.
Thank you, sorry.
So
That night when everybody was absent that one night?
yeah, so that was probably, so if there was a roll call 3, so I load in basically all the ordinances, the consent item, and then I build out about 10 roll call options in case there's an on-the-fly request for a roll call, like you all have done in the past. So if I loaded in a roll call, but you guys actually didn't take action on it, then it's gonna show unvoted. So that's something that I just have to filter out manually the next day. So that was just one that was missed essentially.
Thank you.
So we wanted to build out basically a preview to see if this met what you all were expecting to see on the city's website before we actually fine-tuned it, built it out and for all 9 council members and then went live with it. So any feedback that you all have on the look or how it's displayed, anything like that, that we can mess with Power BI on the city's website, we'll definitely take that into consideration before we flip the switch on for it.
Councilor Kim?
Thank you. Going back to the voting dashboard, that graph, can you go to that really quick?
Yes.
What's the so what behind this? What is that? What is that supposed to like actually really provide? Does that make sense? Like what?
I think just an overall view of actions on different items that council's taking, kind of big picture, right? So we start big picture on the dashboard and they can get specific into individual council member history and then the summary table overall if you want to drill deep.
When you say that's what the other dashboard would be for then? I mean, I guess I look at when I look at this, right, I love Power BI, by the way. I've used it before and know what it can and can't do. But when I look at this, I just wonder, okay, so what? Okay, summary votes casted 28% was a votes with minority and the other piece 71% was votes with majority. So I mean, I guess I'm just trying to figure out what is that tangible aspect of that to say, why would this matter to?
I think when we sat down to kind of build this out, the thought in our mind was Power BI can, so let's show it to council. And if this is something that interests you, great. And if not, we can always peel it back as well.
What benefit would this have for staff?
So I don't know if it's necessarily a benefit for staff, but more of a communication piece to the community at large about, right, I think you heard about it earlier about just consistency of how you all are looking at matters that are being brought before you. Is there a majority view on the matters that are brought forward? Is there not a majority view on that? And it's just another way of just being able to communicate the different opinions and different opinions and perspectives that you all as council members can have and are allowed to have, but also where there is alignment on the themes and the things that are being brought forward.
Okay, I just kind of wondered behind this right here. Okay.
I think we've seen some other cities do kind of an overall dashboard. So we're, Power BI can do it and other cities have done it. So let's show the feature. And if you all don't find this useful and you'd rather see each council member on your page just have your portal at the bottom, I think we can do that, Travis, then great. Or if you'd like a big snapshot on the main council page, great. It's what council would prefer to see.
Can you go back really quick?
Yes, sir.
So I guess what I gather from this right here, right? So for example, land use applications, council 28% of the time, I guess as a resident I would see this as 20% of the time, land use cases have been denied, I guess, versus 72% has passed.
It's not a denial, it's a nay vote for that. So on land use applications overall, there's been a 72% and voted yes and 28% nay votes, if that makes sense. So if there are 5 cases, that's 45 votes.
So would you be able to add in potentially like public hearings? Would that be the same as one of the other?
So public hearings would also include things like your budget.
Sure.
CDBG plans, stuff like that.
Right.
So as long as we know to look out for it, we can create the bar graph or the pie chart. It's whatever council would like to see, right? These are just some categories that we saw other cities use for their kind of summary page. But whatever you all would like to see, we're here to tailor it for you. This is your request, and whatever you think is beneficial is what we want to put out there.
Thanks, man.
That's what it is.
Just to kind of piggyback on that, I've seen other cities use this as a way to demonstrate the council's effectiveness, how many votes, how many things they move forward at a big picture, because there's one city in particular, they had challenges with the perception that council wasn't moving things forward. And this showed like actually they were, right? And so it helped the community understand that. And I would recommend on this one, if possible, if we can do a brief survey out to the community, like what would you like to see on this page specifically? To see if this matches what they see as well. I mean, that'll help get a user feedback and user feedback. The questions I have around this is, one is, I see the attendance on there, so that's great. See the minority vote, you voted minority. Does this link to, does it link, link to the motions? So if you look at the ordinance, does it give the specific motion that was cast?
It does not. So these are taken straight from the CSV file that Crestron puts out.
Yeah.
So that's why on the each council member page, if somebody wanted to go look for ordinance 2584, they would have to go to the Legistar page and then look for ordinance 2584. And then they could go from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just seen some other cities where it, with our new process, or not new process, but being able to have the motion being placed by Tuesday, part of our recommendations for city council, but this actually operationalizes it. Would it be possible for like new or council administrative business to actually put that on there to make sure that here's the actual motion?
You say the actual motion, do you mean like a video clip from that, or do you mean like the?
No, video clip would be the best, but more like just, here's what the motion that was cast for council administrative business, right?
It could, it would probably have to fit here in the title column, and sometimes your motions are, very simple, and sometimes your motions are very detailed, so there'd be some variation on to how that would be displayed. But as long as we can capture that during the meeting, or what's most beneficial is if you guys can all put in the Access C3 app, your motions that you're gonna make on Mondays, we'll just copy and paste that out of your request and put it in here and load it for you.
That's what I would like to see if possible, like, especially council administrative business, here's a specific motion.
Right.
The other part, so let me back up. Thank you for all the hard work you put into this. I know this is, you had those key points, what makes it like minimal staff, data entry, how do you use existing structures to help? So thank you for getting us to this point. My recommendation is after we launch this, if there's a manual of like, here's what this means. So this lives longer than us, right? Like, here's what this is.
So like an index or a glossary, something like that?
Okay, like a glossary, rationale, and something that we can put somewhere to say, okay, here is what this is. And so that as this adapts and improves, we can always come back to like, what are the key points of this document?
There may be an ability, and I haven't messed with Power BI as much as Councilmember Kim or Armando Guardiola, actually is the one that designed and built this. From CFI. So if there's a way we can add another page that has that glossary, so it's all built into the app there, I think that would be the most beneficial way to do it. So somebody doesn't have to leave or download a PDF and worry about accessibility there. If we can build it into Power BI, that's definitely something that would be.
Yeah, it's like a standard guide.
Exactly.
So, okay, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for this. I think it's, I know that I have read with interest on other cities' pages to see how people voted, but I like the part that it also said what they voted on. It had the motion as the council members is discussing here. I would like to see it link to our other page, the city council members' other page that has committees on it and things.
So I think Travis, if you want to speak on it, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, so what we would actually do is each council member's particular dashboard, like this type of look, would be embedded on that person's page.
Oh, okay.
So basically, we would have an overall homepage dashboard that would probably live on the city council main page that would give a full overview, but then on each council member's main page, it would go straight to that person's voting history directly.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
So if we went to Mayor Pro Tem, so it would be embedded somewhere underneath your photo and your contact information.
All right. I recognize that person too. Thank you. The rule about the ordinance, about motions. Your rule needs to coincide with policy and governance rules in the council policy.
Correct.
Your rule does not correspond to that.
Correct.
I also want to make clear that there can be a motion made during the evening. We are not hamstrung by this new system.
Correct.
So if you hear something during the night or it's of an emergency nature and you didn't get it in by last Tuesday, that's fine. And I do want to make the point that the council policies ask for it by, Tuesday at midnight or something. But it is a suggestion because it was getting a little out of control with motions made on the fly for a while there by people who know how to make motions. That doesn't include me. Anyway, so I would like all of that to correspond. If we need to change the council policies in any way, then we need to know.
The only thing I was gonna add, so council's obviously adopted Bob's rules. I'm assuming that you've all read it over the weekend, but so Bob's rules does not allow council to abstain. So that's another thing that we be clear here, right?
What do you
So
think?
Bob's rules does not allow council members to abstain from vote. And I believe that there's language in a council policy on this actually somewhere as well. So just to be clear, there would not be an abstention in this documentation either.
What would it show as?
Well, you're not allowed to abstain. So I guess substantively, it would be in the affirmative. If you refuse to vote, it is considered an affirmative vote.
Yeah.
Okay, then, and the other thing is, I'm not too keen on the majority dashboard symbol. It's easy to sort of see what the total votes, if you look at the total, just do the total votes of the city council. And the red ones are ones where we weren't in agreement and it failed, and the green ones are where we were in agreement and they passed.
Right. Okay.
Or where we're, all 9 people, not just the majority, but we do all 9 people on a regular basis also. I just don't, my problem with this one is that it's drawing a distinction without it being helpful.
Sure.
Supportive.
Right. And just to go back on on the fly motions and everything like that. So the access see-through would be nice for us because we would be able to copy and paste it ahead of the meeting. Of course, if there's stuff, an ordinance that you want to amend that night or any other motions that come up as an emergency or unforeseen circumstance, that just requires a little manual entry on our end the following day. So that's all we're saying there, that it's still an option for you all, of course, to always make motions on the floor. It just helps us if we know them ahead of time, both to agendize it and to get it in the Crestron system so it's right there ready.
Okay.
Any other council members have? All right, who hasn't done the first time? Okay.
Just a clarifying question, so with the majority vote, do we have to go around and talk through before we take it out if we all are in agreement in that, or? Cause I like it and I don't wanna be an observation, I don't wanna be conflicted.
All right, we'll go around, and would you like to keep it in, take it out?
I didn't mind it.
Okay, Councilmember Ford?
I'm good with it.
Councilmember Dukes?
I'm good with it.
Councilmember Kim?
I don't care either way.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I didn't have it done.
No, I'm asking, do you want to take it out? You said you
Am
want
I
to take it out.
asking what?
About the majority, minority, you want to take that taken out?
I did.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon.
I'd rather have it taken out. It's divisive and kind of useless compared to how the rest of it gives a better image of.
Councilmember Teeter.
I'm good with it, yeah.
Okay, I like to take it out.
I've got
You've got
3-3, I think.
got. And Doug here.
But an abstention is a vote in the affirmative, that's.
There's no votes though. There's no votes.
We have one.
Fine, okay, I say we keep it in, it's fine, honestly. There's always gonna be a minority and majority, regardless of which side, there's always gonna be that.
But it is suggesting
Sounds like we
something that
keep it.
isn't, you don't know why it is. There's, the lines that shift all the time.
Right.
So the consensus is split.
No, not anymore.
Take it out.
Councilmember Kim.
No, I miscounted. It's
No, he
4-4.
miscounted. There's 8 of you all.
Oh.
Ah.
But again, we're not taking votes, we're just getting consensus.
Can I explain? Can I kind of
Well,
explain why?
okay. We have to,
We're not voting anyway.
Well,
yeah, we're not
voting.
Go ahead.
But the rationale I've seen it for other cities is it just shows the residents on if the direction of the city is one way in terms of if these are all in minority or majority votes, and that's the direction of the city, because, you know, it's whatever. This residents can make a decision on if they like that direction or not, based on these vote counts.
I think that's why they voted you in.
Well, but yes, and, yes,
So
and.
I don't like this because it becomes too political. This is nonpartisan,
Oh, no,
council.
it is,
so this really makes it look more, to me, more political.
yes, and if the direction of the city, we all know we're split on a lot of the votes, right? And if the majority of the votes are one way and residents are not liking that, or if they like it, they can clearly see which direction the city is going based on majority and minority votes.
No, you can't.
Well, and yes, it's nonpartisan, but there's still a split in who has most votes now, in most cases.
If you look at mine says 85%, the majority and 15% against, so that wouldn't really, people couldn't really decipher from that.
The way I would read that is 85% of your votes are in the majority of, which, the majority votes, right? And there's the 50% where you disagree with the majority. I mean, but anyway, I just wanted to explain the why. I don't want to.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Douglas.
Well, and that's, so mine probably wouldn't reflect that, but it's not reflecting the reason that I voted that way. And that's what I don't like about it, because I have specific reasons for voting the way I vote. And it's always for the community first, always. But I have my reasons for doing it. That is not reflected.
If you can click on it, you can like get more details of cities. It's like a starting point.
That's very Kim.
So to Councilmember Douglas's deal, Bob Rule 7.3, member may not explain their vote after the call for the vote, just a point, I just want to go out there. Other thing too, as far as if we do keep the minority, majority in there, I would say that I would request that there is an explanation what that means. Not necessarily political, whatever the case is, so I think we're just, yeah, anyways, if it's gonna be kept in, we put an explanation out there, this is, you know, this is a, whatever the case, whatever it is, it's not related to politics or parties or whatever it is. What's that?
Disclaimer?
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking, disclaimer.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So
For a city that wants to define itself as being inclusive and diverse, that clip art is a symbol of something quite different. It even uses the words majority and minority. It's very specific to division as opposed to unity, because it doesn't show the number of times that we have unanimous votes. It doesn't show that at all. It shows the differences, but it doesn't show when we have unanimous votes. And I will tell you that I bet those happen 80% of the time. You know, we just had a study session where we had development stuff come before us. we agreed on everything. So I just think it sends a negative message that isn't necessary.
City Attorney?
I was just gonna sort of help clarify, so all the items that council votes on consent, each of those is going to be in the percentage of the majority, right? So it may not be a distinctive political sort of divide. I think a lot of the things that council approves are on consent, and that's gonna be impacting the majority vote. I haven't seen anyone really vote against the consent agenda items, right? So that's probably a big portion of 85%. Just clarifying. I don't know if that's helpful for anyone, but.
Appreciate that. And one request, change that picture, please.
If you send me one that you would like, maybe I'll get it.
I already did.
I did too.
I'll send.
Okay, was,
The picture too.
we're having this conversation with something instead of, on the dashboard, voted with the majority versus minority, would something in more like, a column that's unanimous or not unanimous? Or is it splitting hairs at that point for you all?
I think it's splitting hairs. That's my opinion. I think having more data presented to the community is better than less data. And I think this captures the data. That's my opinion.
Do you need two charts?
We can take both charts away, we can add more charts, we're here to build it out for you all and for the residents.
I guess for me, the visualization, I don't know if it's necessary in general. The part that I wish I could see are the motions, what people are actually voting on, because, for a nerd, for a voter nerd or something, they're going to really enjoy going through this and using it for whatever purposes they need, but it's not really helpful to the community in general.
Maybe the titles need to be filled in.
Yeah, so we just took the last couple of weeks of meetings and created something here as a draft before we put more time in it, and then you all thought this was garbage and we need to go back to square one, right? So.
Question, so.
I would just say that as far as with all this information that's out there, Dylan, that we just should go ahead and just put an explanation of what these are, how they can view it, how they can look at it. I mean, that's all I would ask for, because someone with an IQ of 0 like me, I would say that I wouldn't know as far as like where to go. I mean, I'd look at a consent agenda, you put the title there, okay, well, I can't click on that, it's not gonna work. You're telling me I have to then go into the registrar to go to figure out what the agenda item is. I get that.
Councilmember Dixon.
And just add, that's the vision with that standardized guide, if we could do that, I agree. What I would recommend is we keep it, and then you can use data over time, and we can improve. If it's not clicked on at all, you can look at analytics and say, this doesn't work, and we can evolve this in time. So start with more, and then if certain parts of the website are not being utilized, let's adapt it.
I would say don't have them on that area there, have them in a separate section, so people want to see that. It's not on the council members page, but it's in a section where they can click, and then they can see all that information.
Some more like on the overall dashboard.
No, it's equal. All right.
Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, on to study session topics and priorities.
I can drive it on.
Oh, thank you, my guy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
So Mayor, Council, no different than what we did at the end of the last quarter, coming back before you all with the next 3 months and the availability of the schedule that we have for study sessions from July 8th through the 22nd, or excuse me, 23rd of September. What you'll find in red are items that were previously scheduled for study session in the last quarter that had to be shifted just due to a number of different items that took a priority or were more pressing. And so what you find those are kind of captured most readily on July 8th. The 2024 Q2 energy update that was pushed from a actual regular meeting to a study session. Anti-idling ordinance, which is tied within our sustainability action plan. That's finally ready to come forward. An update on our custodial service discussion, just more of a FYI, kind of keep you all in the know. And then we have what has been a carry-on from the previous city council on fencing alleyway discussions, which actually has been removed. As we continue to work through that with the city attorney's office. For 2022, we had previously a discussion around 2023 annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR, but due to some reporting issues that I will be able to share with you, or our staff will be able to share with you, and will require an extension due to not having all of the reporting data from component, that being the housing authority. That's gonna have to be shifted into August. That's why you no longer see it on the July 22nd date, which was previously shown here. What was missing for the 22nd was the senior needs discussion, as well as the downtown Derby district discussion, as we have 1.3 million sitting in Derby. What do we want to do with those funds to help continue to improve Derby before the end of the life cycle of the TIF clock there? August 12th, we start to kick off our budget preliminary sessions. First starting on August 5th, which is a regular meeting. That's why you see number 2 is on a weekly basis that we bring these conversations back to you, no different than what we did last year. And then starting on September 9th, we have your budget retreat. And then we have on the 23rd, cultural council update and the QCF annual update. That's what we have in red. What you find in white are, I'll call it, topics that are available to be shifted, to be identified on where you would like for our staff to kind of bring that forward, to have a point. If there's something that's missing on this that you would like us to add, this is an opportunity to have that conversation as well. Some of this you'll find by the department, whether it was a council request, yes or no, simple as that. For instance, there's been a brief discussion around the CCHA rental mortgage assistance audit. We have a number of different departments working on that. That was a request by council to have that presented to you all. Whereas in affordable housing policy, as we're starting to see some of the bills coming to action, 1, 2, 3 bills adopted in this year, we need to have a policy in place on what is the city's position and how do we then engage and interact with developers of those various units and or other programs that might be in support of the affordable housing concept here at Commerce City. So while you all may not have requested it, it does have an operative impact that we need policy guidance and leadership, hence a no. But we still need to have something as from you all for us to take action. So we have everything from the capital investment program, the update on the police substation, the public banking discussion, and I would refer the mayor to speak a little bit on that for context for you all. The CCH rental mortgage assistance audit, affordable housing policy, safety action plan, Bill C3 update, grants office update, and then our master transportation plan update. And then one that was most recently added today is the chambers widening design update. So we have vacant space on July 22nd, August 12th, the 26th, the 9th, and the 23rd. I try to recommend that we give space to no more than 4 items. I would say preferably probably 3. That gives you enough time to be able to have a fruitful debate amongst yourselves on direction and giving consensus. But as you've seen tonight, we have gone up to 5 if necessary. And when we've had some emergency items or items that have come up that we do need to get in front of you, but I would, like I said, recommend that you all do not go above 3 in a night.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Jason, so two other things that you're gonna see come in that as I mentioned earlier, right, was that's gonna be on the administrative council business, I'm assuming on Monday night, regular meeting. Number one is regarding what we talked about at the last regular meeting, the master propagation plan. I believe with regarding cell internet service, more issues that we have, whether it's in the north or south, seeing if there's any other, to identify any other services that could potentially come into our city, through our city, to basically help make our communications robust. The other one too, that I do hope that it does pass is the council and chamber of commerce expectations meeting. And I think that's something we need to have during a study session. That might be just a study session in itself. To basically, understanding the valued partnership that we are trying to attempting or wanting to do between the two entities. I think that would be a great fruitful discussion, but we'll see how Monday night goes with that vote.
Okay.
Those are two things I would say that I would want to see probably added in if it passes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Your motion should come during notice council business, not during administrative council business. Administrative council business is for motions that derive from what's been heard during the course of the meeting.
What I meant, notice of council business, regardless, it's coming forward at some point.
No, I
that
just
it's
want
gonna
them
be
to know
put in
too,
there.
because we had
Got it.
3 motions in administrative council business and they were supposed to be in notice council business. I don't see 96th Avenue on here.
Okay, yes. Given that we are starting construction this summer, I don't think it rose internally to a reportable aspect, but we can do that, not a problem.
So there weren't any issues we had to discuss, like the underpass or the walls, the sound walls for the residents? We didn't have to talk about
Not at
any
this,
of the costs?
not at this stage, because we're still waiting on that information and data. I think once we have that, that may be a different point of topic to come back to the council or to add it to an agenda. But I would say it's too early to say where we'll be at with that it would fit within this schedule.
Okay, and then the other is, have you considered putting the boards and commissions updates during presentations at a regular city council meeting when more people are in the audience and more people are watching at home and so on, so that our volunteers get the kind of recognition that they deserve?
Yes, but hold on, I'll start it then, I know, yes and no, because that's been an ongoing conversation that I've had with not just this council, but your preceding council that gave direction on save regular meetings for the business at hand to get us through the items that need to have action taken on. I can also appreciate wanting to have boards and commission presentations on a night where there's obviously more public participation, so it comes at a cost. Because we have seen exponentially more conversation and discussion on items that are not to take actions on, that then create potential, I'll call it, time constraints on being able to get through ordinances, resolutions, public hearing matters, within that 10:30 hour. So I've got a hard time trying to balance that out without any clear direction on what the council would like.
I'm just thinking if it's a finite period of time, you get 5 minutes for a presentation and that would cover it. I mean, a few questions from council and make it short and sweet. Because I just hate seeing these groups not receive the recognition that they're due personally.
Yes, sir.
It's also a member availability thing. So my office gives the boards and commissions a general calendar. We'd like to see, cultural council in August, QCF in August. Citizen Public Safety in March, for example, right? And we generally have the board or commission then, based on member availability, what meeting out of that month can those members attend to present before you all? Sometimes it is a regular meeting and sometimes it's a study session. So we try and make sure that it's based on member availability to come spend that time with you all that night as well.
And I think an annual update from the grants office would be useful. So we moved that money last year and at around August, we moved the million in August, so it's a way of seeing whether they're making their money back, which was the theory behind it.
So just segue for that, are you suggesting that we take what we have as far as the grants office up there under line number 20 and have that on either the 12th or the 26th? Is that a recommendation for the full council?
I'd say the 12th just because there's a budget.
Is the rest of council with that?
Oh,
I'm okay with it.
Okay. I got a couple of head nods. I'm okay with that.
I forgot another one, which is Adams County Health and their community health survey.
Yes.
They don't need to come early, but I know they've been in contact not only with me, but with the city as well, and they're anxious to get on a schedule.
So with that currently being slated, we could possibly look at July 22nd.
Not early, they don't want to do July anyway. They can't do July.
So August,
26th.
we've got time in August. August 26th going.
August 26th is good.
Got it. So that leaves, Mayor, I know you've chatted about this with me. I put it on here so that you can have it with the council to talk about public banking.
Yes. And I brought this up during our retreat, along with some other items. And basically the way the public bank works is North Dakota State Public Bank there. And basically it's the city's money that is held in an account, so any collection of interest goes back into the account. It doesn't go to investor home bank. And the money gets redistributed out. When there's bonds or loans that are created, they're created at a lower interest rate. And the proceeds come back to the city. They don't go out to an investor. It goes right back to the city. So we are holding our money versus it's either like with our emergency funds, all that. So any interest that's created stays with the city. It doesn't go to an investor-owned bank. We can create loans. It's not where the public can go up and deposit their money. It's just it's the taxpayers. It's the money. And so when it comes to the fault of a bank or so, there's no run on the cash. It's the city's money, so no one will come in there and take the money. It's secure as well. It would go to a community bank within the city. So the folks who are coming to make the presentation give you a great breakdown of how it operates, how beneficial it is. And I think it's be great for the city council to hear and understand how the process works. I know Councilmember Chacon, yeah, go ahead.
That's what I was gonna say. I completely think it's a great way to keep the money in conversation. And I think that's another way that community can also see that we're hearing them. I think it would be more appropriate with the annual comprehensive financial report, just so we can kind of get a scope of where the community is, and then when they come into to have a background of what could be. So I guess that's July 22nd.
But we're gonna have to shift that due to a reporting delay from one of our components, the housing authority. So that'll have to more likely shift till August 26th.
Okay.
And given I've reached out, I'm starting to engage with the group. If the council's interested in hearing that, I can give them a date specific of the 26th, if that's what you all are willing to have.
Or 22nd.
August 26th.
Oh, for public banking?
Yeah, because there was the recommendation of having that tied together with the ACFR.
Gotcha.
ACFR has to move to the 26th.
Is that okay? Is that too long for the
No.
people?
Perfect.
It seems like the anti-idling thing, and there's a lot of sustainability, policies we need to put into place. But the anti-idling applies to winter, correct?
No.
No, every 24/7.
It is
Because
a problem in the summer that people idle their cars?
Oh, yeah.
Truckers.
Yeah, turning on your AC and just letting it idle and sit.
Oh, okay, all
Truckers.
right then. Then let's get that moving. We haven't done anything constructive on sustainability. We should do something constructive on it.
So we've got that on the 8th.
Oh, okay, good.
So yes, that comes to you in 2 weeks.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. So we got the ACFR, we've got the public banking on the 26th. The capital improvement updates that, I believe we would do that on August 12th. August 12th, so that way you all kind of get it before the actual budget retreat.
What about the rent and mortgage audit? I missed a meeting and someone had told me that that was discussed already.
No, ma'am. We're actually still going through the auditing process between community development, housing authority staff, and finance.
Oh.
Jim?
Okay,
What do you
so
think? When do we think we'll have that, research finalized?
I'm sure Teresa was gonna give me a date, but she hadn't been able to yet.
You came up short, like we need to.
Soon as possible.
Councilmember Kim? Sorry to be done.
Where's the Metro District audit?
July 15th.
It's coming up before a regular meeting then?
Yes.
We'll see it in advance before,
You will all get it,
not
as
the
part of
Wednesday
the.
before, but I'm wondering, can we get it in
Right.
advance before that? Is there a way?
Let me talk quickly about
Yeah,
that.
because I only say that because I know that's gonna be a very hearty conversation probably.
Yeah, let me chat with Lee about that. You all had asked for it to come back at a regular meeting.
Okay, thanks for
Um,
that reminder.
because that would then allow for the public to provide comment if they so choose to look at the information. So it's just about how that information gets shared, because once we do so, it becomes public knowledge. So, we want to do it in a mindful and a meaningful way, because once again, there's been a lot of interest on this on both sides. So that's on the 15th. Up there on the police substation. Sorry, ma'am.
You're fine.
I don't play sports anymore. We're suspending that. We'll have more information for you all on that matter around September 9th timeframe. Maybe possibly in August 12th would be the earliest that we would have that.
Question. What I'm not seeing on this is the, and this might be a really interesting attorney, the comprehensive plan. Is that a part of the conversation, or where should we have that as a part of study session, or I don't see.
The direction we have is to take it back through the adoption process, which would be through planning commission and ultimately then first and second reading of city council.
Okay. So it's already started. Do we need a study session on that or no?
I think the direction was to put, I think council's direction was to have comp plan put back on planning commission's agenda.
Okay.
For consideration.
Okay. Well, thank you.
We have, so if we were to do on August 12th, we could do the police substation update for you all with where we stand on that. And then on the Randolph, Potomac and report. August twelfth, police substation?
And not here, yeah.
All right, I'm getting head nods. And we will do, I'm gonna tackle two right now, safety action plan and Bill C3 update, September 9th.
What is it?
Safety action plan is just an update of where we're at in the process, and Bill C3 update as an update on September 9th.
No, we just had C3 tonight, right?
That's my C3.
Oh, my C.
Bill C3 is using the 7 million in remainder of the ARPA dollars.
Sorry.
Yes.
Works for me.
Say a thumbs up, thumbs up.
I just think with the budget conversation, I think that's enough for that night. Right? So, cause we had 2 hours and then it might be a budget discussion might take longer than.
I thought usually the city budget was all by itself.
So looking at that 2 hour date, we can push those to the September 23rd. Now, in that, for budget, for Bill C3 and for safety action plan, I know I will not be available. I know Jim will not be available as we will be in Pittsburgh for a conference. September 23rd. But okay, these will be just simple updates for you.
Are you doing it? Bill. That's what it was. Hey, Lisa, though. Thank you.
And they're senior years.
We'll talk about this.
Okay. That then leaves us with the affordable housing plan, the master transportation plan. The rental mortgage assistance audit, which we may have to come back to you all once we have a date certain from finance. So that would be the last two, affordable housing and master transportation plan.
Any time left on the 26th?
On the 26th, master transportation plan, I'm thinking that's a 20-minute update, if that. Sure. Master transportation plan on the 26th.
Jason, if I may, depending on the budget discussions, if we do need follow-up time, we would like to utilize the August 26th to be ahead of the retreat. May not be necessary, but.
So that day, August 26th, may have to be flexible. Bill C3 on September 23rd. We have that currently slated. That may have to shift depending upon if we aren't able to find additional staff as they're coming on board. Getting a head note, but hey, we'll figure it out. But affordable housing policy is the last item that we have. I would say that is becoming a more pressing matter and would suggest that to be on July 22nd. July 22nd for the affordable housing program.
Makes sense to you.
Okay. You can do this on July 22nd.
I can put something really good, but.
Oh, I'm a good from Jim. So we'll come back and continue to look at around the Bill C3.
Wait a minute, if he's good, he should have that ready to go then on the 22nd. Just saying.
He said good, not perfect.
Okay,
People would like to see that launched.
okay. We will get back to you on that one. We will get to keep.
Jason, I can do it because I got something I need to do with that. I'll do it.
Okay, we will move the Bill C3 up to 22nd. Then we have 4 items. July 22nd. And that gets us squared away until we potentially see the other items on what come on Monday.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, City Manager Rogers.
I will make this really quick, just hit a couple items. The day the city conducted another port of entry operation around 68, 70 in Colorado this morning. We had 21 violations that were cited. There are additional numbers that I do not have at my fingertips because that is still coming in from the police department. Once I get those, I will push those out like I did to you a month ago. We were trying to do that more regularly with Colorado State Police. I'm still waiting to hear on what company was actually shut down. Just as a background, the company that was shut down, their driver did not have a CDL. When going and looking at the business did not have a CDL. So that led to an automatic shutdown. The city met with CDOT bridge staff to review their 2023/2024 bridge inspections. We have 33 bridges. They inspected and provided us an initial report. Once we have the actual complete report, we'll share that with the council and with the community at large. I know that was a topic of interest last night. Not last night, last year, by council.
The bridges?
CDOT, with their bridge division. This Thursday, we have our first summer shindig at Frontera Park from 6:30 to 8:30. We talked about the band that'll be playing, that is hot lunch. There will be food, activities, and opportunity to engage with the various departments to answer questions and hear what's happening within the city. Want to give just a shout out to last Wednesday's event for June 8th. Year one, we had around 75 participants. Year two, this year, we had over 300 participants that evening. So it continues to grow, continues to get, good positive press, a lot of happy faces, a lot of happy people. Is what we look for, is what we ask. For your awareness, staff has been working on a community report in regards to the organization's operative accomplishments. We plan on releasing that to the council and to the community by the middle of next week. So just wanted to share that with you. And last but not least, I will be out of the office from Saturday, June 29th through July 7th. And in my absence, Kathy will be the acting city manager.
Right. Sorry.
Real quick, I attended the CML conference this week, as well as several of my staff attorneys. Quite a bit of information that we took in, and we've been debriefing today and last Friday. And then also had the good fortune of participating in the boards and commissions training on Saturday. Thought that went really well, was pretty well attended. And certainly emphasize to all board and commission members that if they have legal questions, they should be reaching out to me. And I'll make sure that either myself or someone from my staff gets a hold of them. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilor yourself. Any updates or report out? Councilor Douglas, sorry.
So I forgot to mention last week that I attended the Juneteenth flag raising. That was a great ceremony. Went to CML all week, back and forth from Loveland. But I went to the Juneteenth celebration and it was absolutely amazing. It blew me away. So can't wait to see what it's going to be like next year, because that was the only second year that it happened. And yeah, it was amazing. On Friday, I met with Congressman woman Yadira Carrillo, state representative, District 32, which includes all of Commerce City, Rep. Daphne Michelson Janae, the FBI, Adams County Sheriff's Department, and the Sikh community. We were invited by the Sikh community because they are feeling racial hatred. And they're being targeted for break-ins, all kinds of different things. They're feeling really alienated from the community. And so, rather than just talk about it, we came up with some solutions. One of the things that I said was, hey, we've got boards and commissions interviews coming up. Please apply. So got interest in the Youth Commission, DEI, even planning. They know they have to live here and everything, but that's a start. And then also, just working with the different municipalities as coming together so that it's just not Commerce City who's focusing on this, but other communities, municipalities where the Sikh community has a presence. And so we really want to come up with solutions. So if anybody has ideas, please come to me, because it's not just a one and done. We're going to keep meeting back together and really make them feel like they are not only welcome, but they are contributing members to the community as well. So anyway, that was a very important meeting. I went in the mayor's place at the last minute because mayor had to be somewhere else. And I was really glad that I was asked to go because it was something that I feel we can make a difference and move forward and make change. So that wasn't as short as I thought it was gonna be.
They describe why, like what was the cause of the increase now?
Well, they're afraid that their temple might be attacked as it has been in other,
Yeah.
and so that's why the FBI was there. So we're just start looking at how they can make their businesses safer. Also, want to talk to the police department to ask them, the officers, if they could sit somewhere close to their businesses and write their reports, just to have a presence around the businesses.
We did some trainings for the CBI and FBI for MMIR to kind of bring that kind of trauma sensitivity because the community didn't feel heard when they would go to report. I could try to see if there's like a layout that they can help in that aspect too for cultural responsiveness.
Yeah, I mean, down to people telling them all the time to go back to their country. And I told them I had totally understood because my own kids have been told to go back to their country. So, yeah, they're contributing members to the society and should be recognized as such and not targeted and for retaliation and targeted for
To stay a
abuse.
victim advocacy. They were the ones that organized that whole thing, but they did just a really great program.
Yeah.
The FBI took it.
They're also gonna partner with the Jewish community because the Jewish community has come up with prevention, ways of prevention and training for knowing how to deal with a possible shooting or something like that. So a lot came out of that meeting and I think they were really, really happy that everyone was willing to meet with them and they'd come up with solutions rather than just keep stirring all the issues around.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
That's what Kim.
Two things. One is I attended the boards and commissions training session on Saturday. Shout out to Trenton, Jordan, Dylan, Lee. As definitely a huge attendance was there from various boards and commissions. Even got a chance to do an impromptu speech, but it worked out well. based on our relationship with the different various boards and commissions and city council. Finally, just want to say, Mr. Rogers, I hope you and your family enjoy the time you need. You've got very capable staff here that can address and answer any questions that I personally may have. And I hope that you guys have a blast out there, all in all.
You know, council members want to report out? All right. Well, I attended the Juneteenth event as well. It was great. I had an opportunity to speak a couple of times. Great community. People showed up and DJ was great. Our speaker was fantastic. And then we had ribbon cutting for Performance Food. Oh, I forgot about that. Performance Food is something that Commerce City needs. I mean, they have been part of our city, but now they've moved. And the location where they're at is 300,000 square feet with the potential another 175 feet extension to the north of the building. And they have several layers of cold storage. They primarily cater to restaurants, something we greatly need. So when it's same day delivery, they have everything you can think of for restaurants. So that was a key piece. And that was a ribbon cutting put on also by Commerce City Chambers. And then Commerce City Chambers and a collaborative effort with iGlo Realtor.
Yeah.
That was fantastic with and Councilmember Douglas and Councilmember Dukes. He was able to speak on iGlo Realtor, the ribbon company, and Mayor Pro Tem as well.
And Rocky.
And Councilmember Teeter was at Performance Food and iGlo Realtor. We went to CML. It was kind of going back and forth. I mean, it's over 50 miles, back 100 miles, but about 200 miles. 300 miles for those days, and but it was good. To the session there, great opening, speak for CML as well. There is also economic development session that talked about primary employer. And Jan Coleman, mayor of Thornton, she put that on, and you're talking about their challenges with the neighboring cities. And something that we should do with Brighton, and that is work with them to bring things in on our borders and share the revenue. And that's what they did with Thornton and North Glen. So instead of fighting over, they received 25% of the revenue. And if they built something in their side by 25, they received 25% of it. And it goes on. I'm trying to think of how many years, what that agreement is, but that was really good. And then when it came down to developing areas within their city, to be really aggressive, their economic development created a window of opportunity to take out a lot of hurdles to incentivize companies coming in and actually building sooner than later. And if they met those requirements, they saw great progress with that. And so I have more information on that. I can share that with economic development, but I thought that was very key session. And then there was a couple of opportunities to talk to other cities as well. So, but I appreciate the opportunity to do that. So if there's no more report, we're adjourned.
I was gonna say one more thing, I'm so sorry. For CFI, just because this is the second time that I went, the lunch, is there any way that we can go for that awards lunch? That was the only time that I had to like leave CFI out of all the days that I was.
CML.
I think it's CML, sorry, CML. I don't remember which it was, but it's just kind of awkward. You could be talking and then you're not a specific.
We'll make sure of that going forward.
Oh, and one more thing too, I'm sorry, but I should have said this, with the recognition of Juneteenth for CML going forward, They will not have any meetings or conferences until after Juneteenth occurs. And then 2025, 2026, and then they will put an RFP out for 2027 to 2032. The same thing, proposing conference date to do not conflict with Juneteenth.